Randy, do you want to start or do you want me to start?
I'll go just real quickly. I haven't got much to report. We had a pretty, we missed the last meeting, of course, because of that proclamation by the governor down at the Capitol, which was nice. They did away with the proclamation from 1864. And then there was also a discussion of the renaming commission for Mount Mestahey. And it looks like that's going to be moving forward to another meeting, in which they'll probably make a decision in the affirmative from the Colorado Geographic Naming Advisory Board and move on to the feds. And Ute Mountain Ute have come in with a letter in support. So it's kind of it's become more broad ranging officially. So I think they'll be moving on with that pretty quickly. And we're getting ready to, basically on the transportation front, we're still chasing microtransit and getting ready for our September CE meeting. And there have been a few other things that have gone on over the last 2 weeks, but I think in the interest of brevity, I will turn it over to George and come back if something piques my memory, something else.
Okay. Couple of updates. The Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation met last week. Brian and I attended that meeting. And Brian, I'm probably stealing your thunder here because this was probably on your list of updates, but he was appointed or accepted as a member of the CCEDC board. Very excited for that. And then the other thing that happened is the CCEDC did decide to approve the $10,000 request from the child care group. And so the Henderson Mine is contributing $5,000. CCEDC is contributing $10,000. And that will help this group build a business plan, get a design, and keep progressing while they apply for money from the Beal Foundation. And while we wait to hear back on a grant that Sarah Casano wrote that includes that. So that's an update on childcare stuff. I did attend last week the CCI Mountain District meeting. That meeting was to discuss all of the CCI legislative proposals. I did send an email to Brian with the list of all of those proposals from around the state, just to offer if staff has any thoughts, or not offer, ask if staff can help us think well about these proposals. The one proposal, which was talking about short-term rental platform accountability, did seem to have some interest in the room. And I don't know if it will turn into a CCI initiated bill or end up being an element of another bill, but there's a lot of talk about taxation equity and just having information as it relates to short-term rentals. And Gilpin County, and Randy, you probably already know this, but Gilpin County did submit a proposal to allow us to better regulate shooting in dense unincorporated neighborhoods. I know that that's the reason I'm mentioning it here, is because I know we have a neighborhood that's very interested in us serving them better on that issue. And we think we need help from the legislature. So that's, I think, everything that I have.
Yeah, and I think that's, I think there are a number of places around Clear Creek County that actually share that sentiment regarding being able to create better safety in their neighborhoods. Also, I didn't mention the day of the CCI meeting. I couldn't make it because, in addition to the proclamation signing down there, we were testifying, or I was testifying, a number of people were on greenhouse gas before the Transportation Commission. So we've had a couple of opportunities to do that now, also to testify on greenhouse gases. And then I just thought, I don't think you mentioned it just then, that we have or are taking a look at a letter for submission regarding redistricting in our primarily our congressional district, the current draft map. But otherwise, I think that's it.
Okay. Just looking through my calendar, one other just quick heads up for everybody. Tomorrow at 4 p.m., Jeffco is doing a grand opening for the gateway portion of the Greenway. Looking at my calendar right now, I think I can make it, so I'll probably be there.
Down in Golden,
And,
right?
yeah, it's down in Golden at the mouth of the canyon. So just a heads up for anybody else that wants to join that event. 4 p.m. at the mouth of the canyon in Golden.
Sounds like we're 7 minutes ahead. Want to dive into Brian? You're thinking, George, or is that your?
Yeah, I think that sounds like a good idea. Brian, what do you have for us?
I'm probably going to give you even more time. Behavioral health needs assessments. At a meeting in July, we briefed the board and received your approval to enter into an agreement with the Omni Institute for the purpose of convening the community in facilitated sessions to review the completed behavioral health needs assessment. And I think one of the other goals is really to build collaboration around this effort throughout the county in order to address the specific recommendations and prioritize the next steps that came out of that assessment. Just as a reminder, we're using some of our remaining CARES dollars to fund this effort. Oh, again, and ultimately the assessment is going to be building a set of recommendations, a set of next steps that are going to be coming back to the board for your consideration. So as a kickoff to this process, you received several emails from Melissa Dinberg, probably about a week and a half ago. So they were the meetings for each of the facilitated sessions that we're having set up. So as we gave more thought to this, and given that this work is really going to be coming back to the board for your consideration, the recommendations will be coming back to you for your discussion about what those next steps might look like and how we move forward. So given that, rather than having you attend all of the facilitated sessions, we'd actually like to have a volunteer from the board attend the first meeting and help kick it off. To say thanks to the folks in the room, to obviously discuss the importance of behavioral health, its impact on the county, et cetera, but really to give a nice welcome to the folks in the room that are going to be participating in the session itself. So we're looking for a volunteer to attend that first meeting that's scheduled for September 14th at 9 a.m. And now that we've changed our meeting schedule, we're up back to the 1st and 3rd. The 14th is not a meeting date, I don't believe, as I look at that. I know we had some things scheduled for that day. We probably need to work on some of those things, but at any rate, we need a volunteer to briefly attend that opening of that meeting on the 14th at 9 a.m.
Is there a limit to the number of volunteers you can have? I know I do have it on my schedule already, but I'm not trying to step on anybody else's toes either. So
No, not a limit, not a limit. We'll just make sure it's posted if we got multiple board members that want to attend. Definitely.
I think any one of us could do a good job of just introducing or just, motivating the topic and making sure everybody knows that the board is excited about this.
Mm-hmm.
And Randy, I don't know how you feel, but I have I have my fingerprints on this process, I feel like, and I wonder if you also want to have your fingerprints on the process by giving this introduction.
Not necessarily try to put my fingerprints on it. I don't even need I don't need a tomb. I don't need to say it on my tombstone at the end of my life or anything like that. So but I'm just highly interested, and I think the show of support would be good. So in terms of, I don't really care if we each make a few comments or you make some comments and I make none, but I'm there in moral support, or the other way around, or I have no, I'm interested, and I'd like to go and have it on my calendar right now unless another responsibility pops up, in which case I can tell you have high interest yourself. So I'm
of course. And let me clarify, what I really meant is that because through the assessment, I was working with Omni, and through the development of this scope of work and all of this stuff, I've definitely had an opportunity to share my perspective on these issues, and I kind of feel like you deserve the same.
Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate that. And my feeling is like, well, then you've got all the information and you'll be the better speaker, but that's fine. I'm happy to. And I'm happy to say some words, and I'm there, and I'm happy to share those words too. So we'll figure it out. And, but yeah, I think it sounds like that George and I would both like to attend in terms of volunteers you have too right now. So
Great. We'll take you both. George was right. I did get appointed to the CCEDC board. I'm excited about that. It's going to help me learn a lot about the county, but also excited about the topic, right? I mean, economic development gets at the heart of what we do in our work. So I think I'll probably put it on my one-on-ones with each of you to maybe get a little bit of direction from you with your thoughts on where you see that headed and how you see my participation on that board. Probably a topic for the we had originally a retreat scheduled for the 31st. We're going to reschedule that, but it's probably also a topic for that, potentially for that retreat also for that day, just to have a conversation about ED and what it looks like. So again, I'm excited. I know Lindsay's on our agenda later today. So I think that's all I have for this morning.
Brian, it popped into my head. I received an email from Lindsay. Apparently there's some confusion about when the CCEDC spends $10,000 or more of special projects money. Apparently in the past, they've come to the board for that.
Yes. Peter and I spoke about that, but I don't know if I'm sure we really resolved whether or not those need to come back or not.
So we did do the research on that. And by we, I really mean Nanette in my office did a stellar job of getting the background documents. And she also reached out to the former county attorney as to his knowledge on this. And essentially what we did is we did confirm that in terms of spending money, so there is the business loan fund program. It's still in effect, and we provide a certain amount of money to CCEDC for that. We have, it's a grant agreement we have with the state and also an agreement with CCEDC that we actually are going to be working on to bring up to date. And then that's going to do some additional work to find that out. But it appears that we did amend the agreement with CCEDC to allow us to contribute more funds at a certain time. The reference to how much can be spent without commission approval is actually in section 4 of the one of the grant agreements. They carry a balance of special project money that they can spend for certain things. And that balance is actually listed in section 4 of that agreement, and I can send that out to Brian and the board. Essentially, it does require that anything over $10,000 requires BOCC approval before it can be spent. And I believe that was initially the answer that came out. But as far as providing additional funds, we do want to renew the grant agreement so that everything's in order.
Okay. Yeah, and I don't think we're talking about providing extra funds to the EDC. And maybe, Peter, do you think that that's a matter of staff direction or the board has to pass a resolution?
I would say that the board should pass a resolution to actually do that. I think staff can come to the board with a recommendation, but I do actually think in terms of authorizing any additional monies or a change in the purpose of what we expect CCEDC to be doing on our behalf, that we would actually come back to the board for that. I don't know if Brian has any comments on that aspect of it.
You mean come back to the board modifying the agreement? Was that your question, George? Was that a question about modifying the agreement or about approval for use of those remaining funds?
It's the more narrow version. I'm curious. A question was raised whether they need our approval to spend $10,000 of special project money that they have.
They absolutely do. Under the current agreement we have with them, they absolutely do have to come back to the board for approval for that.
Okay, and then the follow-on question was, can we do that like right now via staff direction, or do we need a resolution?
Well, do we have a specific special project that they're asking to spend it on? I believe we do, because I
Yes.
think that's what prompted the
Okay.
original email. If so, I think a motion by the board at this time for that is sufficient. We do need a motion, though, from the board authorizing staff to move forward with that and approve it.
And we're properly noticed for that?
So I'm not terribly concerned about the notice provision as to this. We can bring it back on, I guess, our first meeting in September 7th, and actually have it on consent, and that would be fine. If you want to give us a head nod to get that working, at least we can do it from that aspect, since there's it's not an actual action item yet. So
Randy?
yeah.
Thoughts?
That was my head nod.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that makes sense. I don't think I think we can handle to wait until we have a resolution in front of us. And so,
Okay, we'll take care of that.
okay, thank you. And Brian, I think you said that's all you have. Okay. So the next thing on our agenda is a work session to discuss the extension of the emergency declaration. I see, Peter, you are the presenter. I imagine Suzanne Bocha has a role in this conversation. Am I correct?
Yes, if she's on, we can bring her over, but I did not, she may not be here. I did email her this morning. We did chat briefly about this. She supports extending it for the same reasons that we extended it the last time around. So I told her I could speak on her behalf. However, if we do want her to be here, if you do want to hear from her, we can reach out to her, just have her appear. What I do want to let you know, it is staff's recommendation to extend this again. There is a number of counties have allowed their emergency declarations to expire. Then other counties have decided what is the harm in keeping it going. In my discussions with Suzanne, and my understanding in relation to securing reimbursement of federal dollars, even though there are state declarations in effect and there's a federal declaration in effect, we didn't see the downside to maintaining ours. The other thing is, because there appears to be an increase, obviously, in the spread of the virus now because of the Delta variant and any other variants that may come onto the scene, our thought process was that this would be the wrong time to let it expire in light of the fact that things seem to be actually ramping up. So I did speak with Suzanne, and her suggestion was to keep it going, and I tend to concur with that. It expires currently on September 8th, so we would bring a resolution back to the board for consideration at the meeting on the 7th to extend it. You don't have to make a decision today, but we did want to get it on the agenda to at least let you know that it was coming up and have the discussion.
Okay. So there's the reimbursement piece, and I agree with everything that was said. I want to make sure I understand that the authority to issue public health orders, to perform contact tracing and isolate infected folks, that all is under a state of emergency, right?
It's affected by it, but you do not need to maintain the emergency declaration in order to have a public health order issued. It refers to it, but you do not need that in place for a public health order to be issued.
Okay.
So they're separate issues. This really is more focused on the funding aspect of things and ensuring that we don't, because of technicality, lose out. And again, I think there's little danger of that, but I just think in an abundance of caution, it would make sense to hold on to it. But yes, the public health orders are independent of that.
Okay, thank you.
And Suzanne is here if you do have any questions, but I think we're good.
That was my only question, Randy. I don't know if you have any.
Okay, so what we'll do is we'll bring a resolution back to the board on September 7th. It'll go on consent just to extend the emergency declaration. We'll do it for another 90 days. And Suzanne, since I do see you on the line, if you do have any comments, let us know. Otherwise, I guess we can move on.
No, I don't have any comments. I heard the whole discussion and yeah, I don't have anything additional to add. Thanks.
Okay. Sounds reasonable to me. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Suzanne. And we're running pretty far ahead now. The next thing on the agenda is consent agenda at 9:45. And then there's a 10 o'clock. I know that, Randy, I know you're aware of this. There's a 10 o'clock site visit to the Lawson Whitewater Park. I'm kind of tempted to move through consent agenda now.
And give us more time. Yeah. And that's a very small meeting. It's just the senator and a few business people that were specifically invited. And he's touting his Outdoor Restoration Partnership Act he's been working on since last April. And I think in response in large part to a meeting that he also had in Clear Creek and a few other places at the end of last October, when he was digging into the concept of fire mitigation, at the tail end of that huge fire season, and its connection to restoration, forest health, and watershed health. So this is a result of it, this bill that he introduced back in April. So he's just swinging through talking with a few of us about that. And I think it's in part of a photo op, really a photo op for the act itself, I think. And so he just wanted a few business people and a couple of commissioners down there. So we'll run down and do that and back. And then I guess we're back in by noon. I know the meeting is now at 11 o'clock instead of 10:45. So we might be a little tight back for that noon planning commission vacancy, a meeting with Jeff Rickliffs. But I mean, we can just make it a point of saying we got to be gone, by 11:45. So to make it in time.
Yeah, nothing like a public meeting to give you a hard stop. So, okay, well then let's just move through the consent agenda. I'm gonna go ahead and read it and then we can see if there's anything we want to discuss or pull off. Item number, actually, I got it backwards. Is there anything you'd like to pull off?
Yeah, like an executive session or anything like that.
I mean, are there any of the items on the consent agenda that you would like?
Pull off the consent agenda? No, not right now.
Okay. Great, then I'm going to go ahead and read it. We have item number 1, consideration of approval of the warrant register. Item number 2, consideration of approval of the county public trustee quarterly report. Item number 3, consideration of approval of semi-annual treasurer's report. Item number 4, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-60, ratifying the rescission of the Clear Creek County Fire Ban declared on June 17th, 2021. Item number 5, consideration of approval of extension to agreement for professional services for collaborative care capital fundraising services between Clear Creek County and Peak Coaching and Training Solutions. Item number 6, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-62, resolution granting signature authority to execute real estate documents for the sale of real property. And item number 7, consideration of approval of resolution number 21-61, a resolution authorizing the disposal of technology equipment owned by Clear Creek County.
I move we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Okay. I will second it. And in doing so, just comment that I did reach out to Beth on the technology equipment disposal to ask if there was any opportunity for us to explore donation to entities in Clear Creek County. And Beth had some really good reasons why that's not really feasible. The commuter equipment is very old. What it'll do is be disassembled and its component parts will be used to make computers that folks can use. Want to thank Beth for having thought through that already. And that's all I have to say on that. So I'll second. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So.
Okay.
With that, do we have time and cause for an executive session for any purpose that could happen within 45 minutes-ish?
So I was actually going to let you know that the executive session that is currently on the agenda for this afternoon, we're actually withdrawing the need for that at this point. We're going to delay that for further discussion. I don't know if the board had any comments on the Dumont Road matter, but the plan is actually just to not have that executive session. There are no other items that we were planning on bringing for executive session today. So if there are, we'll bring it the next meeting, provide the adequate notice for it.
Okay, works for me.
Well, and that was going to be my same question, Randy. So in the absence of a need for executive session, I think that we are on break, or whatever the term is, until noon, when we will do an interview for the Planning Commission with Jeff Rickliffs. We'll see you all then.
Hello, Beth. Can you
Hey,
see me,
Beth.
hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, just fine. Thanks.
Okay, awesome. I just want to make sure we had all the audio visual worked out, and the commissioner should be here shortly.
Yeah, it said it was adjourned. Yeah, it's been over a year now since I've done a webinar.
Oh my God. You are so lucky.
Oh, yeah, I know. So this has been going on for a while, huh? The remote stuff, huh?
Yeah, I think we started Zoom board meetings in March or April of last year. So
Yeah.
about a year and a half almost. So yeah, it's crazy. It's hard to believe we've been doing it that long.
So are you in the same office, Beth?
Yeah, well, yeah, I'm here at the courthouse in Georgetown, so right inside the back door. So, yep, I'm still here.
Okay. All right.
So,
So, well, I've got some questions, but it's Sean Woods, the other commissioner that I don't know, right?
yeah, and you know what? He's actually out of town right now. So George and Randy are going to do the interview for you.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
And how about other members of the planning commission?
Let's see. We have Lori Beckel, which I think. Wait, let's see. No, maybe she. Let me look at my list before I start quoting names and not remembering. I know we have Julie Wisnan, who's from Georgetown. And
What's his name?
Julie, it's a girl, Julie Wisnand.
Okay.
And hold on, I'm pulling it up. Let's see, where'd you go? As soon as I see the list, I'm gonna go, oh yeah. Russ Clark from Evergreen. Dave Andrew from York Gulch. And Dave Christensen from Evergreen. That's who's on there right now.
Okay, so and so Dave Andrew, is he on the board right now?
He's on the planning commission. Yes, he's from York Gulch.
Okay, your coach. Got it.
Mhm.
Okay. So how many are there total? 7 or 9?
There are 7 positions. So we have 3 vacancies right now. So, and we, one of the reasons that, that we have vacancies outside of just needing people to apply is the board really wants that geographic balance, across the county. So
Sure, that makes sense.
yeah. So I think that's what, they're looking for right now. So I got your application last week or week before, and I just got another application as well. That person's going to interview this afternoon at like 3 or 3:30. So I have 2 of you interviewing today. And like I said, we have 3 vacancies right now. So yeah.
So do you sit there all day like this on Tuesdays?
Yeah, usually. Hold on just a second. My boss is calling me. Hello, sir. Hey. Okay. Okay, so that was that and they are headed back to get on the Zoom platform now. So it'll be about 10 minutes before they come on live. So if you guys just want to hang out, and we'll get started in about 10 minutes.
Sounds good, Beth. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Jeff.
Hey, folks. You're not going to believe this, but there were a bunch of people, some of them elected officials, standing in an area that talked for too long. And so that's why we're just a few minutes late, and George should be here any second. I know, hard to believe, isn't it? And I'm not blaming anyone else either. George looked at me. We were still standing there in the parking lot in the center, hadn't even left yet. And George said 4 minutes. And we were at the Lawson Whitewater Park.
Okay, and we are back. My apologies, Randy probably already explained that we were with Senator Bennett talking about his wildfire act. What's the name of the act?
What's that?
What's the name of that act?
Oh, it's the Outdoor Restoration Partnership Act, and it acts as a supplement to the Core Act, and it's something Bennett's been working on hard. And just to put in a plug for Bennett again, same one we did there was that he came and visited with Clear Creek and a lot of other counties last year in the fall. And this act represents very much the kinds of things he heard from us in those meetings, the stuff we said we needed. And he said, it looks familiar to you because we've written it out of Colorado based on all of our input. So.
Thank you. Yeah, so that's what we were up to. Our apologies. I know that the next thing on the agenda is an interview with Jeff Ricklefs, who has applied to be on our planning commission. So Jeff, are you with us?
He is.
I see him signed in and just want to make sure that he's listening to his computer and microphone's working and everything. Jeff, if you could confirm you can hear us.
Hello.
Hi, Jeff.
Good day. How is everyone?
Good. And sorry we're late. We were at that other meeting, so we had to just race back.
Yeah, thank you
No
for
problems whatsoever.
Thank you very much for your patience and for your interest in serving on the Planning Commission. And based on your experience, I think you know pretty well what happens with planning commissions and what the job looks like. Maybe you could just start by describing why you're interested in this role and how you're qualified.
Well, I don't know about qualified. Interested, you know, I've always felt that being active in local government, especially national government, state government, you're just one of a small portion of it, a minority, but local government, you can actually make a difference. You can actually have an input. And, you know, this has been my home for 48 years. Probably longer than you've been around, huh, George? But yeah. I feel like I should be involved in it, and I have an interest in what's happening here. You know, and I was on 2 previous boards for 20 years, and you know, I felt like, you know, I contributed and my input was helpful at times and that sort of thing. And I feel I have a few good years left where I can still contribute and be a good participant and member and help the county.
Okay. Thank you for that introduction. Randy, I'll defer to you.
Jeff, why don't you describe how your work experience may your career experience might contribute to, help inform you on this commission?
Well, first and foremost, Randy, I kind of know how the wheels turn up there in Georgetown because of previous board service. And I've met and still know several people at the county that I will probably help me as far as being a member of the Plan Commission, and just the way I feel about it, how comfortable I am. And as far as my career at Jeffco, my last 6 years there, I was the chief building inspector for the county, and I dealt with all the zoning enforcement people. The planning department was actually right across the lobby from where the building department was. I worked very closely with Russ Clark, by the way, who is he's actually the planner's supervisor at Jeffco. And just that experience and just dealing with people, it was a constant thing. And zoning was a big part of my job duties over there. I was very active with not with the commission so much, but with the actual zoning department at Jeffco. So I feel like that helps me. A big part of my job was staying code-wise and actually contributing to building codes and also the zoning regulations. The zoning regulations were an important part. We had to work together with that sort of thing. So I think I'm qualified to be on the Clear Creek Planning Commission. And what I don't know, I'm not afraid to ask.
Excellent. So Jeff, can you, in your other roles or just in general, can you talk about the importance of public input in land use processes and what you think you'd be listening for in community voices as projects are proposed and you're evaluating them?
Well, first off, it's very important to have an open mind, and I think that's very, very important, because I have some prejudices like everybody else, and I feel certain ways about land use, but the old days are gone and there's no bringing them back. And you have to look forward. You have to look outside the box, and that means listening to people. One thing I have learned is that you don't judge people by just the way they look or they act or whatever. Everybody has something to contribute in their own way, and it takes patience, but I think you benefit by allowing somebody to go ahead and speak their mind, and then you can make a concerned and logical decision. But like I said, I think the old days are gone. That Idaho Springs in particular is not going to be a little mountain town anymore, but it needs to be, the county needs to be nudged in the correct direction, and hopefully I can be a part of that.
Thank you. And my next question, I think what I want to get at is some complications in the role associated with the quasi-judicial nature of making a land use decision and the need to keep arm's length with basically everybody involved. Can you talk to me about how you approach a situation where you are not supposed to talk about an issue until you're with your full commission, and people are reaching out to you to try to talk to you? Just how would you respond to somebody who wants to talk to you about a project, pro or against or whatever, and you know that you can't do so until you're in the hearing?
Well, and I know that's difficult. A lot of people, especially people that are bordering whatever land use you're considering. They want to talk about it, and they have their concerns or objections. And just for instance, we would have site visits when I was on the Board of Adjustment, and sometimes a few of the board members would go out there on their own because they couldn't make it when everybody else would, and they would be cornered or approached by people neighboring the neighbors and stuff. And one thing that was very concerning to me was that they would start talking about this, and that's that defeats the whole purpose of the board meeting joint as a complete board. You can't do that. You just absolutely can't do that. And I've developed over the years pretty thick skin, but I can listen and still be non-committal. And I think that if you do that, you still show a concern, but you can't give the ball game away before it's played.
Thank you.
We have a question in chat asking where Jeff lives. So maybe just generally speaking, Jeff.
I'm in George's district, District 1, 3 miles up South Spring Gulch. And yeah, sure.
I see George's gears turning in his head just like a chainsaw right now. I can see him going.
Yeah,
you guys can ask me anything. I know both of you fairly well, and if you have any concerns at all, like I said, I'm thick-skinned. So if you think I'm too old or
No, I don't.
whatever, just ask me a question.
No, Jeff,
I'm older than Jeff, but yeah, but you know, that's not part of the interview.
No, I understand that. I've done enough.
I think what I tend to look for is folks who understand the process and can commit to navigating that process in a way that's fair for all parties. And then the other area that I tend to be interested in is just to hear about kind of what your philosophy is on land use and development, particularly in unincorporated areas where you'll be making decisions.
Well, I'll tell you, George, like I said, I have my prejudices, and like I said, you have to think outside the box, but you have to control it too. There has to be some regulation and movement in the right direction, whether you feel that it's for the best or you think, well, it could be for the best, but I guess what I'm trying to say is that I have heard and seen enough that I'm open to just about anything. And even if I don't like, say, all these short-term rentals that I'm seeing come up and that sort of thing, if it's governed right, it can be a positive. It can be a benefit to the county. If we're interested in revenues or some other faction some other thing I have not even considered. That's why you need to listen to everybody. I don't know. And as far as the direction the county is heading, I'm not a stakeholder anymore. I'm not on any board. I'm not active in the county at all. It's just what I've been hearing. So I don't know until I get involved.
Okay, thank you.
There's actually a virtue to that when you're sitting in a position like you are to help you carry that open mind in.
Well, my position right now is a lot easier than yours. Yeah. It's you know, in the planning commission, they make recommendations to you guys. They don't decide anything. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's a much easier position than yours.
It is, and I'll speak for myself, but I think I've also noticed the culture on the board where we take very seriously what our planning commissioners think. We've got smart people on the planning commission that have good values, and we respect their opinions.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Otherwise, the board doesn't do it, isn't functioning correctly.
Okay, Randy, do you have any additional questions?
I really don't. I know that Jeff's had a career in, you know, building oversight for many years, and I know he was a chief building official of one of the larger building departments in the state, so I know he's well acquainted with at least the idea of land development and been around it, and so I don't have a lot of questions left. No.
I don't think I have any questions left either.
Can I ask you?
Yes, please.
Can I ask you guys a question?
Yeah.
Okay, so now there are officers, chairman and vice chairman, correct? And are there any other officers, a secretary or something like that, that's part of the planning commission members? No, okay. And they are 3-year terms, I believe. And I see Beth nodding her head. Okay. And how busy is the planning commission? What's typical? They meet every month? And do they have several agenda items on each month?
You know, it's been kind of light this summer. I know the last agenda I just sent out, they didn't have any agenda items, but they do tend to have one meeting a month, at least, I don't know, a couple, 2 to 3 agenda items. So, and I can't remember if they're coming up. I know they do some like biannual work sessions with the team. So they might have one of those coming up, but I think that's about it.
So do they meet with Dr. Cog, anything like that during the year? Any seminars they go to, that sort of thing?
I think that some of them might do that. I know when we have those conferences at Dr. Cog with relevant topics for them, we do put the all call out to them and see if they want to attend. And I want to say that some of them have gone. I can't remember exactly who, but I want to
Okay.
say that I've heard about it.
Got it. Okay, good. I had another question and I didn't write it down. So of course, at my age, I've forgotten it already. How soon will I know what your decision is, you guys?
Yeah, so typically the way this process goes is we will spend some time reflecting on this interview and then have a conversation in a future meeting about whether we'd like to appoint you or not. Usually at that meeting, we'll issue direction for a resolution if we decide to appoint you. And then that resolution just shows up on consent agenda. Typically, I've seen the process take anywhere from a few weeks to a few months.
Okay.
But usually,
Okay,
usually on the faster end of that.
Yeah.
It would happen pretty quickly.
And right now I know we
Okay.
have some vacancies, so I think we're motivated to move.
Yeah, so there are four makes a quorum on this commission. Is that correct? Yes.
A majority of the seated members makes a quorum. And so
Okay.
4 if we have all 7 seated, but we don't. We have, you would be number 4 or number 5.
Yeah, number 5.
Okay. Number 5. Okay. Okay, I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Well, Deb, thank you for your interest. Thank you for your past volunteerism in Clear Creek. And usually I think it'll be Beth that'll be in touch with you.
Yep.
Okay,
Thanks a
sounds
lot.
good.
Jeff.
all right. Bye-bye.
All right.
Bye.
Okay, so the next thing on our agenda, it starts at 12:30. It is a quarterly update with Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation. I don't see any reason why we wouldn't start that now, Randy, do you? Okay, well, we have Lindsay Valdez with the Clear Creek Economic Development Corporation. Lindsay, what do you have for us today?
Long
Hi,
time no see.
everyone. I know, I was going to say that. Great to see everybody. Thanks so much for having us today. So I put together kind of a one-pager for you. I will also email this to you so you can reference it in conversations if needed. But I will go ahead and share my screen here. Let's see. Give me just one second. All right, is everyone able to see that? Okay, so first of all, I'd like to welcome Brian Bosshart as a new member of the CCDC Board of Directors. We're thrilled to have him as part of our team. So thank you for the recommendation, and we're very excited to work with Brian moving forward, as well as continuing to collaborate closely with the county. So I'm going to go ahead and start with just a quick summary of our loan program. So as you know, we've been running the loan program since, gosh, back in the 80s. And Peggy Stokestad, my predecessor, has continued to build up our portfolios. So our existing portfolio, which is all of our outstanding loans that we currently hold, is just over $1 million, which is fantastic to have that out in our communities. Our COVID-19 loan forgiveness, which I think we also touched on at the last report, totaled between both the county and Idaho Springs contributions of $276,000. So that was absolutely amazing. We were able to do, so what the CCDC did in response to COVID and recovery efforts was create a loan forgiveness program. Or excuse me, first we started a COVID relief loan program, which had loans of up to $30,000 at an average of 2% interest at 5 years. So it was a really great program to get cash into the hands of businesses that needed it very quickly. This was a character loan, so no collateral involved. It was a quick process. And thanks to collaboration with the county and city of Idaho Springs, we were able to forgive a very large chunk of those loans. Again, $276,000. Currently in our revolved fund, and again, that's CDBG funds. Just a recap, our loan program that we administer on behalf of Clear Creek County, it comes from Community Development Block Grant Funds, which originates from HUD, goes to the state, and then comes to the county, and then to us to administer. And so as those funds are paid back in principal and interest, that continues to build our fund up. We now have approximately $1 million plus or minus. We have a couple loans being paid off and a couple loans that have been approved. So somewhere around there, as far as revolved funds that we can continue to loan out. Our revolved funds do not have a jobs requirement, which new or existing contracted CDBG funds do. So we have a little bit more freedom with those funds. Now, our existing CDBG contract that we administer on behalf of the county, the total contract amount was $754,000. We now have a balance of $128,000 to work with. And so we're getting close to maxing out our grant fund, and the contract ends next year. We've a new grant, probably somewhere around the same amount. One thing I did want to note is we did ask for an increase in our CDBG contract amount of $1 million. And that went in, I guess, about a month ago. That was tabled due to the fact that the state only has $1 million left in their current 2021 CDBG funds, which has to be spread out between 14 regions. So we did not get that contract increase, but we will, use up what we have and then apply again in 2022 for additional funding. Also wanted to let you know, most of our time right now is being spent on the loan program. We have seen an incredibly high demand for loans, and I'm happy to say these are not COVID recovery loans necessarily, but new projects, which is really fun and exciting to see. So you'll see that list there of recent loan inquiries and applications. A couple of these loans have already been approved. Some are just in the very beginning stages of inquiring about what funding we have available. But we're very excited to continue working with existing businesses and new businesses. I'll name a couple of really exciting projects. We have the Idaho Springs RV Park, which is just west of Idaho Springs. This is going to add, I believe it's between 65 to 70 RV slots. They're going to be having glamping and yurts and a lot of really cool things going in there. That's going to be a game changer for our county. As you know, the closest RV park is the KOA over there in Gilpin County, and they did work closely with them as well. They had a fantastic pro forma that was developed by a professional company. So we're very excited to see this come in. We have such a high demand for RV parking in our county. So this is an exciting thing. The other is the Club Hotel. So the lodge in Idaho Springs was purchased recently and is being converted back to its original use. It had been housing for a while, and it was condemned in the last year. It was purchased and is now going to be a really fun boutique hotel. And that is right in the middle of construction. And we are helping them with their FF&E and working capital to move that project forward. Let's see, are there any questions on the loan program or what we have going on there?
No.
All right. And I will continue to provide numbers. If there are any numbers that you'd like to see that you don't have here, this is kind of a 30,000 foot synopsis of our program, but there's lots more details. I'm happy to dive into whatever you need moving forward. So I'll move into some of the initiatives that we've been working on. Obviously, we've got our hands in a lot of pots, but I wanted to highlight some of the larger ones. One project that we've been focused on is the Idaho Springs Parking Deck Special Improvement District Facilitation. So this is a collaboration with CDOT. Downtown business owners. The CCDC is taking a role of kind of representing the downtown business community. We entered into a contract with Downtown Colorado Inc. on behalf of the business community to help facilitate some of the organization. This project would be a parking deck and mobility center that would be located behind Tommyknocker Brewery. And this is going to add, I believe it's 280 plus spaces into the community. That does include the existing 50 some places. And it also includes some bus stand parking that will be part of that overall project. CDOT is now contributing $4 million, and I heard that it's actually more like 4.3 at this point. It had originally started at a $2 million contribution by CDOT and has continued to grow. CDOT, we spoke with their executive director and staff recently, and this is one of the biggest projects that's being discussed at CDOT currently. So they're very excited to get this going. So basically what we've been doing is we had initially looked at a business improvement district that would be formed or voted on by those property owners in the proposed boundaries during the November 20 election. A lot of discussion. It was determined that a special improvement district made more sense. And we are still in discussion about how this is going to look, how it's going to work, if there's going to be an assessment. There may be other options as well. We are exhausting every funding opportunity we possibly can. We want to keep any cost to the business owners as low as possible. So we are still having these discussions. We just recently had a public meeting for those property owners, and we'll continue to move forward with further discussion to make sure, again, we've exhausted all resources to get this project moving forward. Next, we have the Dream Builder web series. So that was just recently completed. Henderson Mine or Freeport McMoran has a program called Dream Builder that they've developed. It's an online kind of portal for entrepreneurs, specifically women entrepreneurs, to help them develop business plans. So we did, funded by Henderson, a 13-week program that coached women on how to make their dreams come true and develop their business. And so they learned about writing business plans using QuickBooks. From this, we found that actually what's really needed in our county, not only for women, but also for really any entrepreneurs, is technical assistance. How do we manage QuickBooks? How do we set up our chart of accounts? Things like that. So we are actually looking at some grant opportunities to help build technical assistance opportunities. I'm going to be talking with Henderson more about a women's development grant that they have that could potentially go towards providing technical assistance moving forward. And then also, this is an older program and this led into Dream Builder, but we also developed a COVID-19 strategic business practices web series. And we did a series of 6 webinars to help business owners navigate through challenges of COVID-19. If you're interested, we did archive these on our YouTube channel, which you can access from our website. And so we often refer people, depending on the topic, there's social media, how do you use Facebook and set up your pages and promote it correctly, things like that. So we will continue to, as part of our outreach efforts, build up social media, utilize YouTube, archive things. One of the great things that came out of Zoom is you can record and archive so people can take advantage into the future of those programs. As far as overall development support, we write letters of support, we show up to meetings, we help facilitate things. So we've been working closely with the Block 57 project, which is led by 4 Points Funding. That's at the football field in Idaho Springs, and that is moving forward. They just recently submitted their final development plan for their plan development proposal to the Planning Commission. And so we will continue to follow that and work closely with them. Also, the Mighty Argo Cable Car Project, which is the gondola there at the Argo Mill. We've been involved with the Idaho Springs Downtown Master Plan, which is moving forward, have just gotten involved with the Empire annexation. They have currently a proposed annexation and possibly a second annexation proposal. And so we're working closely with them on that. And then also support for the Idaho Springs Habitat for Humanity housing project there behind the Elks Lodge. That was a project that we actually helped fund through a loan from our Land and Development Bank to see those 8 to 10 condos be built behind the Elks Lodge in Idaho Springs. We continue to be very involved out in the communities and do as much outreach as we possibly can. Recently, we participated in a Colorado State University discussion with the president of CSU, faculty and staff, and discussed economic development in Clear Creek County. We met with a group of students from DU as part of the Henderson Mine Adaptive Reuse project, which was really fun. It's always exciting to see students get involved, and they're the best at thinking outside the box. So loved being able to tap into those young brains. And then also the Clear Creek School District's Homegrown Talent Initiative. And we were involved towards the beginning of that program and helping to create partnerships with the business community. We worked closely with them and with the Mountain Youth Network, or TREC, with Laura to develop the pedicab business and that project. So excited to continue to grow. One thing that I didn't put in here is we also funded through our special projects funding $5,000 towards the Gleis rink to the Clear Creek Recreation Center. So we helped support that. And then just recently approved funding for the county proposed childcare center at the Resource Center in Idaho Springs. Talking, and I know I'm going quickly here and I'll answer any questions you have, but just speaking in general terms of what the biggest challenges that we see in Clear Creek County right now, workforce and housing are number one. I mean, this is a national problem when it comes to workforce currently, and businesses are struggling greatly on this. So we also, know that in order to move the needle, we need to see housing and we need to see childcare opportunities. So it was a no-brainer for my board to move forward with helping see these things happen. So we were excited to be a part of that and look forward to the 30 or so slots that'll be available for childcare. I'm sure you're going to have a waiting list pretty quickly. I've already been talking to people up in Georgetown who have heard about this, and they are ready to go because they've been waitlisted at other facilities in the area. There's my long-winded spiel, and I will stop there and answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Lindsay, for that. I want to make sure I understand a detail of your loan process. To be eligible for a loan, does a business need to have already been denied by a bank?
Yes, that is a requirement. Because we are not to compete with traditional funding institutions, they do have to show that they are technically not bankable. However, we also have come into situations where a bank is working with a borrower and there's a gap, the bank can't get them to where they need to be, and we come in and help move them forward. In fact, we just approved a loan that is working with an SBA lender. And so the SBA comes in and then we come in as a second position and are kind of filling a gap loan. We've also looked at a couple bridge loans as well that help get the borrower to where they need to be through whatever phase they might be in, and over until they're closing with another lender, such as an SBA 7A loan or something like that.
Thank you.
I also wanted to mention that we do partner with other regions and other programs. So I recently reached out to Colorado Lending Source. There's also Colorado Enterprise Fund. We are currently working with Region 9, who is managing an EDA grant that is available to all of the loan regions. And so how that works is they essentially purchase participation in our loans. And the collateral is shared between our organization and theirs. That funding came available in the last 6 months, so we've been able to work with them and are hopefully going to be able to confirm a partnership on a loan in the next few weeks. We also have worked with Region 9 on a character loan program that they have, a Colorado micro enterprise loan, which are smaller loans that are character loans. And we've used a bunch of those. I think we have about 4 or 5 of those loans currently with them.
Thank you. How was participation in your Dream Builder program? I really love that program and mentioned it to a number of people who have business ideas. Did you get a good number of people to go through that?
It actually, timing isn't great. As you know, I mean, people are just so bombarded with, if they're an existing business owner trying to keep the doors open, just everyone's scrambling right now. However, it was really positive. We had an initial outreach of about 25 people. So we created a Facebook group called the High Altitude Women's Business Society, which we hope to grow, and it can be women from anywhere in the country high altitude, collaboration there. And so through the development of that Facebook group, we got about 25 people for the actual kind of what we called office hours, which were held once a week on Zoom. There were not very many people joined that. Just, I think, because again, timing, it's a big time commitment. And some of the feedback that we did receive was that the 13 weeks was too long, and that they were finding that the time to take that hour plus the time to work through the weekly curriculum was a little too much. So we're going to look at how we can pare that down and provide more specific technical assistance if we move this forward. Those that did participate had a great experience and I think got a lot out of it. And there was continued communication, even if they weren't participating in the online, in the Zoom weekly office hours, they were still communicating via Facebook or texting with our consultant that helped run and facilitate these sessions.
Thank you. I appreciate the emphasis on technical support. I think we observed something very similar in our business grant program and all the work we've been doing with the business community around recovery. We found that some businesses were really easily able to adapt to being available online and findable online when we were doing takeout orders only, for example. And some other businesses could use some help figuring out how to navigate those things. There's, I think, new expectations, new complicated systems for folks to understand how to navigate. And I appreciate the effort to provide that technical assistance to those folks.
Yeah, and I will keep you posted on that because we do plan on moving a program forward. Again, we hope to partner with Henderson. They have a grant opportunity coming up and it would be fantastic to tap into that. But we're looking at, contracting with a bookkeeper that can work one-on-one with businesses that apply for that assistance. Some people just jump into QuickBooks and it's easy peasy. Others need a bit more assistance to put their numbers together or their cash flow statements. And those are things that we already sit down with people and help them, whether it be business plans, cash flow, making sure that they're not overpaying when it comes to their lease, or, we can provide recommendations. We are careful with the recommendations we do provide because we're not, professional real estate brokers or anything like that, but we can always kind of provide a helping, supportive hand there as businesses try to grow or open. So yeah, I will continue to keep you posted on how we're able to move forward with those technical assistance opportunities. Also our CDBG grant for a certain program, it's the micro enterprise loan program, which is for low to moderate income individuals who are entrepreneurs. They qualify for technical assistance grants and that our CDBG funds can be put towards that. So that is also a resource that is available to people.
Thank you. And I know I've been talking a lot, so I'm going to defer to Randy or somebody else.
I'm uncharacteristically silent today. Used a quota up earlier at the last stop, I think. And thank you for being there too, Lindsay. Your help there is invaluable because your sense and your vision across the breadth of the economic, the businesses of Clear Creek County is very helpful in talking to Senator Bennett today.
Yeah, that was great to have him here. Thank you so much for including me. Great conversation with him. And yeah, we love to collaborate. I have to say again, I think the discussion that we had with Colorado State University a couple weeks ago up in Silver Plume and the potential for future collaborations with them is going to be really fun. So we'll have to talk more about that as well. And then I also had mentioned to George that, moving forward, we'd love to sit down with the county. We're looking at, we had developed a strategic framework. We continuously revisit that framework. And I think we will be doing that again in the pretty near future. We'll start looking at, what we're really putting our efforts into, our capacity us up and focus on us and what we are able to manage with the staff that we have, and to really move the needle and make the most impact in the county. And so we definitely want the county's input on what makes the most sense, how we can partner. If there are certain numbers that, if we work closely with economists, we've contracted with economists that have just algorithms at their fingertips and can crank out numbers. If there's something specific that would help the county, whether it be with grant applications or, other partnerships, we can talk about producing those things for you. And so we'd love to continue and have more of those conversations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought that was a particularly productive conversation 2 weeks ago as well, with CSU.
It was, and I would welcome, however your board thinks is the most appropriate for the Board of County Commissioners to speak into that strategic framework. I would embrace an opportunity to have that conversation.
Sure. Yeah, I'd love to have a work session, and I guess we can talk offline about how that can look and how we can get everyone in the same room. But I think that would be really productive, moving forward. And I will also go ahead and email this report out to Beth and to Brian. That way, if you ever are in a conversation and want to reference some of our numbers or the things that we're working on, feel free to refer people to us and with questions as well.
Of course.
And Lindsay, I just wanted to say thanks for coming today, and I'm thinking maybe you and I need to sit down and meet. You can give me a board member one-on-one overview for working with all of you and everyone. That would be good. So looking forward to it.
We'll get something on the calendar for sure.
Looking forward to it.
Yes, definitely. Very grateful that we have a county manager who's qualified for that role. And I think it's important for us to have somebody who's in regular contact with both organizations to keep us on the same page.
Yeah.
I have no more questions.
Beth?
Yeah, can you remind me who all is on the EDC board now?
Yes. So Mike Hellman is our chair.
Okay.
Wally Waldron is our vice chair. Kelly Flanagan is our secretary. Dan Ebert is our treasurer. We have Dylan Smith, who is a youth board member. Lalitha Christian with Henderson Mine sits on our board. Oh gosh, I don't have my list in front of me, so I'm going to forget somebody.
Yeah.
Jim Epstein.
Empire. Jim Epstein, who's from the east end of the county. And I think that is it. Is that 9 people, including Brian?
Yeah.
So yeah, we have, and we did make some changes to our bylaws in the last couple of years. And so originally when I came on, gosh, I think we had at the time 14 or 15 board members. And the bylaws made a couple changes in that we were to have no less than 7 and no more than 9 board members at any one time. We have term limits of 2 3-year terms, at which point the board member has to step down for a year. And then after that year can jump back on the board if that all materializes or works out. But the idea is to just have them step down for that year to open it up to anyone that might be interested. We don't have, no one's banging down the doors to be a CCDC board member right now. But again, it can be a lot of fun and very productive. A lot of, we're trying to become more of a working board and get task forces formed and things. But again, my biggest, what I advocate for is really kind of solidifying, narrowing down our strategic framework, making sure that we're working on initiatives that are going to move the needle on the biggest county. And so we're having a lot of really kind of some of the hard conversations and some of the really fun conversations on how we can get through these challenging times and work together as a board and collaborate with the communities and with other organizations that are here to help.
That's awesome. That's great. And just you and Jonathan are holding up this
We are, yeah. And I think
program.
I may have mentioned at the last report, but we did move our office to Idaho Springs. And so we're now located at 1443 Colorado Boulevard in a big brick building. There's a massage therapist in there. There's a tour guide, a graphic designer, an accountant, and then us. And so we, for many, many years, were above the bank in Georgetown. And the board had been talking for a couple of years about moving to Idaho Springs, trying to have more of a presence. We're a little hidden in Georgetown. And so feel free to come visit us. We're in Suite B, again, in that on the corner of Colorado. It's right behind the cidery on Colorado Boulevard.
Oh, cool. Okay, I'm going to generate one more question because I just, in the past week, I helped our staff team move into the health clinic. Yay, I was very excited. So on the second floor, you know, we have the county human service offices, and we have public health, and we have JCMH, our mental health provider. And I'm still sad that we don't have a workforce presence in Clear Creek. And I know you and George and I and maybe John Kane, we're all talking about getting some better representation on the Tri-County Workforce Board. Because I told them, I said, don't appoint me if you're going to keep your meeting on Tuesday. And they appointed me anyway. So I can never go to the meetings. And I feel terrible. I really want us to have some good representation there, since that is one of our biggest issues for the county. And, you know, we've got some available space at the clinic that could house a workforce person. I didn't know if you guys had talked about it and landed on a solution. I'll let you
You know, that's really good to know. And, you know, we're involved with Tri-County Workforce Development, participate in their meetings. George initiated a great presentation from them recently on kind of workforce trends across the state, really, and then in Clear Creek County, and how with unemployment and all of those trends that they're seeing. So yeah, I mean, I think that is a conversation we should continue, not only with bringing in a workforce development person in there, but also potentially a small business development center. And so maybe it can be kind of a shared space where I know many years ago, SBDC was coming up once a month. And if we could get that going again, that would be great. We have had those conversations with them in the last couple of years. Would like to revisit that. If there's some office space that they could jump into, if we could get, you know, a workforce person to come up again, even if it's once a month, it's better than sending people down the hill. So yeah, I definitely think there's some opportunity there. We also, in talking with CSU, we're talking about how we could create like a Zoom campus, things like that. And they're very eager to partner and kind of make us their test case in whatever scenario that looks like. So we do plan on having those conversations as well. So knowing that there's some office space available, that's fantastic. And I will definitely be reaching out to you about it.
Yeah.
And I know we had the resource center that we're moving out of was, I think, the first stab at a collaborative care one-stop shop model. And I know that the Workforce Development Center used to have space in the resource center. And it's not healthcare, it's not behavioral health, but being employed well has big health impacts. And that might be something worth looking into.
I think it's something we need to have a big conversation about, because there are a lot of things that make people healthier. And I would say that it's a surprise to me that we'd start having workforce housing and especially economic development offices in the healthcare center. I think that's a bigger conversation that we probably don't have time for today.
And there may
And-
also be some space coming up in our office thing. We've been talking more, and we're discussing the potential for kind of having CSU have a little satellite office over there. And so, office space aside, I think if we can bring them up, we'll find some space for them. We can definitely make room where we're at as well.
Awesome, thanks.
Okay, well, thank you for this update, Lindsay and Jonathan. Jonathan, I didn't introduce you when we started. Always a lot to think about in trying to develop this economy of ours. So the next thing on the agenda is, oh, actually, we have a full hour, don't we? Although we don't, there's no reason to continue to find things to talk about. Maybe my suggestion is that we go on break for a half hour.
I noted we didn't have a real luncheon here today, and I know some of us, I usually do okay, but I know some of us grow pretty weak without food or the opportunity to get to it. So,
well, I had a nice, I got a lunch break in the Senator Bennett visit. There was a couple of nice 10-minute drives and that kind of thing.
oh, did you catch some food in there? I didn't. I was just.
No,
ready.
it's more about just being able to get off camera,
Oh,
do a little meditation, try to find my balance again.
right. Well, and then I do know that some people, and you may be one like me that doesn't, but I know some people, it's like, if I don't get some food stuffed into my face, then I'm going to either fall asleep in the meeting or, not make it to the end. So, but anyway, yeah, I'm fine with the break if you are.
Okay. Anybody have any other comments? All right. Well, thank you again, Lindsay and Jonathan, and
Thank you, guys.
we'll be seeing you around. Oh, and just to clarify for anybody watching, the next thing on our agenda is at 1:30. It is to discuss redistricting. So we will see you then. It's 1:30. We'll get started just as soon as the crew's all here.
That I am.
Okay. So I believe what we are about to do is reopen consideration of approval of the warrant register. It came to our attention that the entire warrant register wasn't in what we approved this morning. Peter, can you give us some guidance on how we should act here?
Yes, absolutely. So there was still notice. The actual full warrant register didn't make it to the backup, but there was still warrant notice that we would be approving the warrant register. The reason we approve this, of course, weekly is it's statutory that the board has to approve payments of the treasurer. So that is why it's submitted to you. So we just need to, basically, I would just do a new motion to approve what wasn't reflected in the backup initially, and approve those payments, presuming, of course, that you have seen those payments.
I got the motion language if somebody just wants to say so moved.
Okay, thanks for the heads up. I did have a chance to read this over the last half hour. Looks good to me.
And, yeah. What was the last thing you said, George?
The last thing I said was that it looks good to me.
Okay, yeah, same, right. I looked over it also.
Okay, so I'm going to interpret that as a motion by Randy to approve what wasn't originally approved this morning.
I will make that motion. I didn't hear George ask for it yet, but yes, I do. I move that we either move to approve the additional item or move to add this to what was approved recently, whichever is the most appropriate.
Got it.
I second the
I move we approve the additional. Yeah.
Okay, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, motion passes. Glad you caught that. A lot of people waiting for paychecks, or not waiting, but we don't want them to be waiting.
Right.
Okay, so then getting back to our agenda. Next thing on the agenda is to discuss a couple of topics related to redistricting. First is a consideration of approval of an MOU on congressional redistricting between Clear Creek County and Summit County. Peter, can you describe, just for the public, what this letter is for MOU?
Yes, absolutely. So, and just so you are aware, it is included in the backup to the agenda packet. In discussions among me, with me, the county attorney for Summit County, and our mutual discussions with members of our boards at different points, we thought it would be best to suggest to the board some sort of cooperation in terms of the goals of both Summit County and Clear Creek County when it comes to redistricting. So what we did is the county attorney essentially drafted a letter for consideration by his board. He provided me a draft as well, which was provided individually to our members of the board for any comments. And we arrived at what you have in front of you in the backup, which is essentially a letter agreement. There's no exchange of funds, nothing like that. This is just a memorialization of the fact that we will be cooperating in our efforts to ensure where our district is, our new congressional district is. And what's really out there, I believe, is that currently under the original map, it was CD2 that we would be moved into. And our goal, I believe, is to stay into CD3 or even move into CD7. If I've messed up those numbers, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think you did. Currently we are in the 2nd congressional district. The preliminary map puts us in the 3rd congressional district,
Yeah,
as well as Summit County. And so we wanted to give a platform to share information and talking points as we come up with them. There's a lot of statistical analysis that goes into understanding who our communities of interest are, and efficiencies to be gained from sharing that information.
Avoiding redundancy of effort between us. Yep.
It's a great way to put it.
Another.
Yeah, sure. So I don't have any comment on the content of the letter itself. I'm in support of this letter, and Randy, if you are as well, I'd welcome a motion.
Yeah, I move that we approve the letter, the memorandum, the letter addressing the memorandum of understanding between Clear Creek County and Summit County.
I'll second that. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The next item in this action session is to approve a letter to the Colorado Independent Redistricting Commission. This is, I think, a summary of an expansion of verbal public comment that both Randy and I have made to the Independent Redistricting Commission. Randy, do you have any comments on the letter?
No, I think it looks fine. And I don't know if there are any last second changes that were made to it, but if they were, they're indiscernible to me. And I think they must have been minor because it looks good to me in reading through it.
It looks good to me as well. I think it's good. We heard from the Independent Redistricting Commission that while they value verbal comments, the staff really likes to dig through what's in writing. And so I think this submittal will help us.
The only thing I might do is add a page break after the last set of bullet points. That's minor. That's just.
No, you're correct. What we did is, well, in any motion you make, if you could just direct staff to put that on, to finalize that letter so that, of course, it's ready for signature, put on our letterhead. Because right now it's just a draft without even letterhead, I believe. So it's
Right.
just the words. So we'll do that and we'll make sure the formatting is correct.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I like having that, the bullet pointed section, having that all on one page. And I think there's a line right before that that sort of introduces it. So if that could work out. And the only reason I say that is that for people who are looking through tons and tons of stuff, to have it well outlined like that and have it appear on one page gives you a much better chance of having them actually pay any attention or understand what you said. So that's the way it is for me. So the sales pitch, the meat of the sales pitch is like one page and kind of falls in your lap.
Okay. So at the risk of running through this agenda item in 10 minutes, I think I'm ready for a motion on this letter as well.
Yeah, I move that we approve the letter from Clear Creek County to the Colorado Independent Redistricting Commissions.
Okay, I'll second that motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And maybe I'll just say that my sense is that the community is very aligned on these comments. I attended the Summit public hearing and I saw a couple of our friends over there had very similar comments to make. We know that then we had some folks from Clear Creek County show up down in Golden for that session with very similar comments about Clear Creek County being a Front Range community and sharing outcomes with other Front Range communities to a much greater degree than those outcomes on the Western Slope. I think we also saw Emerge, which is a fiercely bipartisan organization, really just a community organization. And by fiercely, I mean that they have long maintained really, really great neutrality in just addressing the issues that unite us. They submitted a letter. The comments were very, very similar. So just wanted to mention those other comments as well.
Yeah, I think and I think it's safe to say that the gist of it is not that we don't have certain things. I know a lot of folks in Clear Creek County identify with the mountains, but the bottom line is that CD3 is a district of somewhere around 25 counties right now. The bulk of them are agricultural, far west, or oil and gas, and not saying yes or no about those things. It's just that those are our priorities that we don't share economically with the bulk of them, and so we tend to get lost in a large district of very disparate um, issues that they're dealing with, and so it would be difficult to get that one congressperson representing that district coming from the area of those to be able to have the time to really properly represent our interests, which are being well represented already by the folks that represent the Congress people who represent front range regions. So,
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you, Peter, Randy, everybody for your work on this. Our next agenda item is a presentation from the Public Works Division on road survey results, followed by an action session to consider approval of a resolution describing a proposal for increasing this county sales tax rate by 1% to fund road maintenance needs. I'm thinking because this is a topic that may be of interest to many in the community, maybe we start this one on its posted time.
which is in 19 minutes. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yeah,
Yes.
I think you're right. So another break.
I think so. So we will be back at 2 p.m. to discuss the road survey results with the Public Works Division. Thank you, everyone.
Hey Beth, we've got our consultant Bill Ray with WR Communications that's going to come on with us as well.
He was there a second ago and then he disappeared, so I'm guessing he's coming back.
Okay, hopefully so.
Thanks for adding me as a panelist.
Hello, Bill.
Hey, how are you?
Doing well. Nice to meet you. You can see my name is George Marlin.
Nice to meet you, sir. Apologies, it's over Zoom. I was looking forward to meet you all in person, but
The pandemic rages on.
yes, it is. Yes, it does.
We'll get started in just a couple minutes here. All right, it's 2 o'clock. We'll get started in just a moment when the rest of the team's here. Hey,
There we are. Sorry about that. I took a walk in the hot sun and I'm walking really slow on this back that I kind of whipped up the other night working out. It took longer than I thought to get back. So I apologize to the public and everyone else that's here. So
no problem. Okay, so it is 2:00. This is a presentation from the Public Works Division on the results of the road survey. We have here Carl Schell and Stoy Streepy, along with the consultant who performed this survey for us, Bill Ray. And I actually don't have right in front of me the name of your firm. I'm sure that'll come out.
Yes, I can introduce myself when it's my turn. Thanks, Commissioner.
Carl, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you, everybody. You opened right up with the introductions. That's where I was going to go first. I'm Carl Schell. I'm the Public Works Director and the Supervisor for the Road and Bridge Department for Clear Creek County. I've got Stoy Streepy with me. He's the county engineer, works for site development and for the Road and Bridge Department. And Bill Ray with WR Communications, who is the consultant that worked with us to put out the mailers, the survey, and will also be presenting the survey information today. So as we get into this, the Road and Bridge budgeting team, the finance department, the county manager, the board, we've all put a lot of time in the last several years just with discussions mainly, but looking at a sustainable long-term funding source for the Road and Bridge budget shortfall. And a lot of time and effort's been put into just looking at the costs of maintaining and continue to maintain the road system throughout the county as we look into the future. So the information that was sent out these last several weeks with the community update and the survey questions itself was to really take the pulse of the community of Clear Creek County and see what the response from the communities looked like coming back to us, and putting together that data to kind of help formulate and look at the direction we want to move forward with this ballot initiative or the proposed ballot initiative that we've discussed and come up with. So I think with that being said, I will turn things over to Bill if he's ready with this PowerPoint, and we will walk through the survey data with the board and the rest of the group, and then we'll open it up for questions and discussions afterwards. And then I do believe we have another session directly after this, but we can work our way towards that here through the hour that we have scheduled for the board meeting today. So with that, thanks again for working through this with us, and I will turn it over to Bill.
Great, thanks, Carl, and thank you, commissioners and the rest of the county team here for having me today to give a presentation. Just a quick introduction. Yes, my name's Bill Ray. I have a firm called WR Communications. I've been working here in Colorado for about 20 years as a consultant, and a lot of that time has been specializing and focusing on helping local governments manage public finance questions. how to engage their community, how to seek feedback from their community, how to put together their questions so that they're successful. I work a lot with counties, fire districts, school districts, municipalities, and a lot of my work is in the mountains and mountain communities. So when I was contacted by Stoy, as he can tell you, I jumped at the opportunity to work with you and help you because, and I'm going to get to the survey findings, a lot of times for our smaller mountain communities, we can't justify that traditional statistical survey. It's very expensive. It's also hard to get enough folks to respond to it, so you get that statistically relevant sample to justify the cost and the time to do those surveys. So what I've found over almost 20 years is that folks still appreciate getting information from us and then providing their feedback. So that's where this idea came about that I've been using for many, many years. This newsletter, a community update, and then we provide folks an opportunity to provide their feedback through a survey. So I'd like to share my screen. Let's make sure, hopefully it works and you all see that.
Yes, we can.
Great,
Yes.
Thanks, Commissioner. Stop me if you have questions, or we can do them all at the end. No problem here. So we developed the community update and a survey to provide information about the county's road funding challenges and needs. We placed the information from that mailer also onto a county website using the forum webpage service that the county uses for other community feedback projects. One of the great things about doing that is that webpage can remain online through November, even if you move forward with a question to help communicate and educate to the community. It can be there as a resource to answer questions for folks to review and read if they want further information. We mailed in early August 5,256 households in the county the community update and survey. And then we had that survey open until mid-August. We just closed it this past Wednesday, actually. And we received 336 completed surveys. Most of those were done online. Some of them were completed and either mailed back or emailed back, but all those were entered into the same survey program so we could tabulate. And we had about a 6% completion rate, which is basically what I see in almost every community we do these in, where our completion rate usually is around 5 to 7%. So really good feedback. I'm always pleased when we get more than 250 responses. So when we get 336, I think that's a great feedback tool that we can use to help you make your decisions and help us with messaging and building the ballot question. So we can't ask a lot of demographic questions in these kind of surveys. Folks just, when you mail it to people, they don't really want to give a lot of demographic information. So I find that length of residency is, though, one of the most important demographic questions we can ask. And here you can see about 51.5% of all those who responded to the survey said they've lived in the county 21 years or longer. And then another 16% were 16 to 20 years. So clearly 16 years and longer was by far the dominant kind of group of folks who responded to the survey. To me, that is a good sign. And the reason why is the 2021 election, as with all odd numbered year elections, will have a higher turnout of older voters. Older, more tax sensitive voters typically highlight odd numbered year elections here in Colorado. So typically the longer length of residency correlates with older residents. So I feel that, since we have a lot of survey responses back from longer term residents, those are folks who are more likely to vote in this 2021 election. So I think the data that we got back in this survey is pretty instructive and can give us some good insights into how folks are going to think about this when they get their ballot and how they might react when they're asked to vote on this. Zip codes. That was the other main demographic question we asked. We did have a high proportion of folks from the 80439 zip code. So about 47% of the electorate in 2021, based on past voting history, would be from this zip code. So we were at about 53.5%. So a little heavy on the 80439, but that's also one of the biggest groups or geographic regions of the county when it comes to voting here in Clear Creek County. 80452 was just a bit lower. About 29% of voters in 2021 will be from that zip code, but about 25% of the respondents to the survey were from that zip code. And 80444 will have about 11% of the 2021 voters, and they were 11% of the respondents to the survey. So I think we have pretty good balance among our regions or our zip code geographic regions of the county, which is another reason that when I do these kind of surveys, it gives us confidence, or gives me confidence, that we got back really good information that mirrors kind of a balance of our county and a balance of our community members. So over half the county, over half say the county's on the right track. Anytime that number, right track versus wrong track, is 50% right track, that's a great response. And you have to feel pretty good about that, that folks look at the way the county's running, look at the county's direction, and say we're on the right track. Here, this is by length of residency in the bar chart, and you can see folks who have lived here 11 to 15 years and 16 to 20 years are kind of especially strong on the right track, the right direction, with 62% of those saying they've lived here 16 to 20 years saying the county's on the right track. So great numbers there. A pretty good amount of folks who are unsure. And we see that a lot because a lot of people don't micromanage and watch the inner workings of local government on a day-to-day basis. So not surprised, we have 30% of folks saying, I just don't know. So, that just comes from communication, getting more information out into the community about what the county's working on can shrink that unsure number.
Bill, just
Yes,
real
sir.
quick, how does that unsure number compare to other communities you've done these surveys in?
So we're all over the board. A lot of times we see 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. I'll tell you, there's always 20 to 30% who just feel things are on a wrong track. It's just classically in almost every survey I do, it's just 20 to 30% of folks believe things are wrong. They don't either like government, they don't like taxes, it's just a core number. And then really the unsure folks just kind of float around, the kind of the remainder there. And I think it's just a matter on unsure. I don't think it's anything you're doing. I think it's just folks who don't spend a lot of time watching what's happening in local government. And so thankfully, they honestly just say, I don't know, I'm unsure. And when I do projects where we do a subsequent survey, and then we do a bunch of community engagement, we usually see that unsure number shrink through. I just did one for a recreation district up in Eagle County, and we had huge unsure numbers. in that one. And then we did a sustained community engagement project for 2 months. We sent out a mailer. We did some pop-ups at the farmer's market. And the uninsured shrunk to 8% because we engaged the community. So
Okay,
it's
thank you.
just community engagement. Long answer. I apologize, Commissioner. A long answer to a short question. Here in this, I tried to, pull out who in the zip codes, how the zip codes looked at that right track, wrong track. And 80452 kind of was the biggest chunk of those in the wrong track at about 48%. But if you look at the left-hand column, your right track, 60% of those in folks who responded from 80439, which is your largest block of folks in the county, your largest demographic, geographic block, 60% right track. So, you got really strong approval ratings kind of in that core population area. They were also the highest part of the insured as well, too. So just something to note there. All right, the county's roads and bridges, apologies, I got to make a little typo fix there when I send the final version in for you all, received a C grade. So typically when I do these surveys on trails or sidewalks or streets, I like to ask the letter grade question because it really relates to folks, right? We all remember our report cards or our kids' report cards. So the letter grade just really correlates. And overwhelmingly, 51% gave our roads and bridges a C letter grade. So I've worked plenty of places that have gotten D's and F's. I've worked other places that have gotten B's and A's. But I think right here, we're seeing that folks kind of, they have some concerns about the quality and of the roads. And, if they all rated it as, if everyone felt the roads were A and B, they might not support a road funding measure. So I think there is a sweet spot on the letter grade where if the roads are seen as too bad, folks might not believe it's enough money to catch up or would be concerned, well, how'd they get this bad? Why are they waiting this long to ask us to fund road maintenance? So I think there's just a sweet spot probably in the middle where folks recognize the roads could be better and would like a solution for that. And so I think later, spoiler alert, I think we'll see when we ask folks if they would support a ballot question, I think we've made a good case to the folks who responded to the survey that road funding is necessary and we have a reasonable plan for that. Longer term residents of the county give the roads a worse grade. So that's, the longer you've lived here, maybe you're an older resident, you remember at some point, maybe when there was less traffic, the roads were in better condition. I'm not sure, but the longer term residents gave the roads lower grades. All right, so what we did next is we tested 6 different goals around the county's road funding proposal to find out what were, if folks were kind of measuring what would move them to support it or what they find value in funding roads. The trade-off on a tax increase is that the voters find value in what the proposal is. So I'm willing to raise my taxes because I value something that my local government wants to do. So we try and get an assessment of what's important to our community. And so we asked 6 different questions and we asked folks to rate them on from least important to most important. And you can see here, I just listed out what these were. Maintaining the condition of county roads to prevent costly repairs, reducing wear and tear on our vehicles by fixing potholes, ensuring the reliability of our roads for public safety and emergency vehicles. Number 4, investing in county road maintenance to extend useful life. 5, providing additional funds to accelerate projects so that we can get them done quicker with fewer disruptions. And the final one we offered was safety improvements through calming devices and signage to improve safety at intersections and along roadways. So this chart shows then in the blue color on the left-hand side, those who gave it the highest rating, 5, saying that's the most important to them. And then green is number 4. So, and I apologize, my dog's barking in the background. So preventing costly repairs, addressing wear and tear on our cars and dealing with potholes, and ensuring that our roads are passable for emergency vehicles and usable for school, local commerce. Those were the 3 that tested best with our respondents to our survey. And they were really not just, they came out the highest, they were, you know, far and away preventing costly repairs to our roads. So kind of smart budgeting, fixing things before they get broken, you know, before they get more broken and more costly. That was by and far, you know, with folks, the #1 reason to support it. Then wear and tear. People do see that roads that aren't maintained fully, potholes have a personal cost to them on the wear and tear to their vehicles. And then I always know that safety is so important to taxpayers. They want to know that the fire truck, the ambulance, the sheriff's vehicle can get to me when I need them. And so making sure our roads are of, you know, in great shape so that our emergency vehicles can pass quickly and efficiently is typically very important to folks. So, and then just, you can see down at the bottom, those kind of more, I think, wonky, sorry, Stoy, but wonky transportation expert engineering things like safety improvements, signage, accelerating projects. It's just, that was not as important to the folks who responded to this. They want good use of tax dollars to fix things before they're broken. They want the potholes fixed, and they want their public safety vehicles to move along. The next slide, there we go. So after we did this, we then shared a sample of what the ballot question could look like. And we typically offer a simpler ballot question because, as you'll see later from Peter, there's a lot of Tabor stuff that goes into the final, you know, a lot of legalese that goes into the final ballot question. But for simplicity, we offered, shall taxes be increased? You can read it here, 1%, generating an estimated $1.5 million annually solely for the construction, maintenance, and operation of the county's roads and bridges. Folks responded to that at about 67% yes to that, about 25% no, and about 9% don't know, unsure. That's a great result. So typically when we do surveys, whether they're this type of newsletter, community update survey, or a larger, you know, telephone style survey, we're looking for about 55% yes, so that we can tell you all that we believe confidently that voters will support this kind of a ballot question. So when we're up in the mid to high 60s, it shows at least the information we shared and those goals that we just went through really resonated with folks, and they see and understand the need to maintain our roads, keep them safe, and reduce the wear and tear. So I think that's a really great number. You can see here the ballot question by residency length. You got yeses, a majority of yeses from all residency lengths, from folks who have just gotten here within the past 5 years, all the way to folks who say they've lived here 21 years or longer. And then by zip code, you can see here, folks in 80439, 77% supported the ballot question. The only place where it fell below 50% was 80436. So you have really strong support for the ballot question, really also in the kind of the population centers of the county. We did ask a question, though, only of the folks who said no or unsure to the ballot question, because we want to get a sense of, well, if you don't support this, why? And how can we address those concerns, or how can we understand your concerns? And you can see here in the light blue, about 25% of those who were no or unsure felt the county should tighten its belt and do more with current resources. Another chunk at about 14% said the sales taxes are already too high in the county. So, kind of that, you mash those three together, and that's, kind of a standard amount of folks who just don't like more taxes. They might be on fixed income, or they're just generally don't support increased taxes or don't like sales taxes for different reasons. And then about 25% said other, and then we allowed them to share their comments. And this is just kind of what I pulled out for you to see from folks that were typical of some of the comments they provided as to why they did not support the ballot question or were unsure. Here in the top left corner, focus on I-70 corridor and tourists. And as you'll remember, in the community survey, we did say that a sales tax does allow and does provide an opportunity to capture some of the visitor dollars out there that are spent in the county by folks traveling through. Here in the red, definitely a lot of folks believe that the stimulus package, the infrastructure package, all the money that's been flowing around from the pandemic or available from the federal government. Several people wrote comments that there should be plenty of federal money or state dollars to address our road needs. And as you all know, as commissioners and public servants, the legislature wrestles every year over road funding in Colorado. So, that's just a perpetual topic out there. Here in the yellow, there were definitely some folks who put comments about pet projects or concerns about putting money toward trails instead of roads. So, be aware that there's comments out there about, prioritizing where the county puts its money. Here in the lower corner, sales tax disproportionately hurts those in lower socioeconomic, so that regressive tax concern. Here in the middle, all towns and locals are stretched. Stop buying up property for hiking and biking. So just kind of that concern over how the county prioritizes money. And then to close out the survey, we had an open-ended question. I love open-ended questions because you really learn a lot when you provide folks the space to speak their mind. So 171 folks provided comments to you all. I have put those in a nice PDF that I sent over to the team. I highly recommend that you all read through them, look through them. There's lots of comments in there that don't pertain to road funding. Folks utilized it as an opportunity to provide some other comments that were maybe on their mind about the county. But what my software does is it does look at all the comments, and it does what's called a sentimentality analysis. And that's a big fancy word for it. Kind of reads through all the comments and tries to assess if they're positive or negative. And in this one, it felt that about 58% of the comments were generally negative. And so I kind of doubly recommend that you go through, take a look at the comments, see if there's things that can be addressed with the community. Maybe there's issues there percolating that this is a good opportunity to identify them and address them. But I just pulled out these 4 comments, just that because they kind of were case in point. You know, a lot of the negative comments were about taxes being too high. Folks live on a fixed budget. We want our roads fixed, but we can't just keep increasing taxes on local community members. So it really flows around with a lot of concerns over the tax rate in the community and how the county prioritizes its spending. I'd say those are the bulk of those comments. But then there were positive comments. I mean, this one here in the green just wants some of this tax dollars to go help create jobs in the county. So folks look at, you know, well, if we're going to fund roads, hopefully that'll create some jobs. So there were some positive comments in there for you all. And like I said, I sent over those comments to the team to review. So I have some observations from this survey. I think it showed really good diversity of responses. We hit different age groups through the residency length. We hit different regional kind of zip code dispersion in the county, which gives me good confidence that we got some great feedback here. Even though respondents believe the county is on the right track, they are concerned about the condition of the roads. We saw it in the comments, we saw it in the C letter grade. Preventing costly repairs, reducing wear and tear on our cars, and ensuring that police, fire, and emergency vehicles can count on the roads are those top reasons I believe folks would support this ballot question. I would still say, despite that strong ballot test, that 67%, that if you do put this on the ballot, if you make that decision, I still think that you're going to have to do some kind of campaigning. And I know that that has to be separate and that has to be something that's figured out afterward. But I do think there still needs to be community engagement to ensure that voters understand why this is being put on the ballot, the benefits of sustainable road funding for safety, for reliability, for actually making better investments of our tax dollars by being able to maintain the roads. In addition to those top 3 messages, I do think it's important that folks understand that sales tax captures that I-70 tourist dollar by folks stopping and making purchases. And the final bullet is there are concerns out there from folks on how the county spends its dollars and prioritizes its tax dollars. So just beware, look at those and see if there's things that can be addressed with the community, because I always believe more engagement and more communication with the community is better. So questions, conversation, and thank you again for letting me make this presentation today.
I think you said something right at the end that I think is really important, which is the understanding of the percentage of the sales tax that we capture in this county that comes from outside the county, and the disproportionate amount of wear and tear on our roads that come from those same people seeking alternate routes or recreating here or whatever. Both, and then especially when we talk in the cities, or coming in and you know, using the amenities in the cities as well, that they have a disproportionate impact, and that the sales tax maybe can be matched up to that impact to show that relationship, that it's the right people paying for the right stuff, you know.
I agree, Commissioner. I think that's an important message to share with the community, that this proposal allows us to receive road funding from some of the same folks putting wear and tear, excessive wear and tear on our roads. And I think the share back that's at least contemplated at this point with the local communities also can help address that wear and tear that's happening on the municipalities' roads as well.
That was a question that I wanted to ask you about. And I should know the answer to this. I just haven't read through the survey material and recently enough. Did it mention the possibility of a share back to the municipalities? I'm thinking if it did not, that might explain part of why the zip codes that have municipalities within them seem a little less interested. And that might change if they know that this would result in more money for their municipalities' roads as well.
We definitely had it in the newsletter update, community update, Commissioner. I would say we didn't lead with it or make it the top item in there, because I usually find that those kind of details in a little bit policy wonkish to folks. So I wanted to put it in there, make sure folks knew that that was under consideration, and that's how we framed it. But I think one of the most important things, if you move forward, is engaging the town councils, because the town councils can pass resolutions of support for a ballot question like this. And those would be very valuable out in helping communicate with the community about this about this ballot question.
One other thing that occurred to me in looking at it, it's what George brought up, was looking at how they meet the folks in the looking by zip code at how people responded. I mean, part of it was, how do you respond to this idea? And part of it was more generalized, are we on the right track in general? And I think that those folks that are in the municipalities are seeing the greatest impact of just congestion, people, the feeling of the number of people that are around us right now, which I think contributes a lot to probably why those zip codes responded the way they did. You know, the feeling that they're overwhelmed by people because of the increase in visitation over the last, especially couple of years, in the last 5 years.
And there were some comments in the open-ended about traffic increases in the town, and and how that's negatively impacting folks who live there. So I definitely say look for those when you go through the comments.
Any questions from staff? Okay. Well, thank you for helping us understand this. I think that we are going to move to Peter Lichtman and talking about the resolution. Probably something else might come up that you could help us understand if you're willing to hang around.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next thing, it's same topic, different subject. This is an action session, and I am stalling while I read off the agenda here. Yes, to consider approval of a resolution describing a proposal for increasing the countywide sales tax rate by 1% to fund road maintenance needs.
Okay, and I do not know if the board has the latest version of the proposed resolution. I don't think it made it to the backup, so I'm happy to share it on my screen.
Okay, and maybe illustrate the differences.
Yeah.
Great.
So, yeah, let me do that. Let's hope I can figure out how to share it on my screen.
And Peter, are you referring to the latest version is one that was sent last night?
Yeah, I did add in a number in it. Let's see, is it being shared at this moment?
It is.
Awesome.
Yes.
Okay, look at that.
Thank
All
you.
right, so essentially what I did is I worked with the consultant as well as Stoy and Carl and Brian on this in terms of what we would be looking for. And I know that individual commissioners may have reached out to members in the towns both in the city of Idaho Springs, as well as the towns of Empire and Silver Plume and Georgetown, discussing whether or not they could support a ballot initiative that would help improve the roads. And one of the things that we thought we would do as part of this, that the board had indicated that they'd like to do, is share back some of the proceeds on this particular tax with the municipalities. And so what we did is, in this resolution, what you see, we have to, by law, propose a resolution that includes all of the ballot language and that addresses all the statutory guidelines, the timeframes. And so that's what you see in front of you. And this is a resolution describing, now the difference between prior versions that you may have seen and what you see on the screen right now is that here we've emphasized the general aspect of what we're looking for. And we put in there a resolution describing a proposal for increasing the countywide sales tax by 1%. And then we added from 1.65 to 2.65%, just to make it clear what the county sales tax is, and that it would be for the purpose of improving the safety of roads and bridges in the county by funding increased maintenance and repairs to those roads and bridges. And then it talks about the share back language. What we would do once the proposal passes is we would enter into agreements with these municipalities in order to share back that the revenue for that amount. So a lot of the rest, the whereas clauses are pretty straightforward. What I refer to in this resolution is the original authority that the county had to implement a sales tax. The sales tax is on tangible personal property and retail upon the furnishing of services taxable under the statute. It does not include groceries because those aren't considered tangible personal property at retail. However, and this is one of the reasons where I don't believe it makes sense for the board necessarily to act on this resolution today, is that I want to ensure that we don't need any exemption language in the body of the resolution relating specific to that. I will note that when I look at the sales tax resolution that was passed in 2017 regarding 2018 for the public safety tax that funds our EMS ambulance department, there is no exemption in there for that. That particular sales tax ballot measure passed and increased the sales tax originally from 1%, where it had been since 1975, to 1.65%. So now we are seeking to raise it an additional 1%, so it is at 2.65%. So the history is basically there in what you're looking at. I also pointed out in this resolution, because it's important that a resolution explains and kind of gives the story to the public as to why we need that. Talking about the anticipated budget shortfalls, the significant budget shortfall that Road and Bridge experienced in 2020. The fact that we have over 150 lane miles of paved roads and 7 bridges that fall under certain federal standards. And we're responsible for all of that. And frankly, without this increase in the budget or in taxes, it's really unclear how we're going to be able to, the county is going to be able to continue to fund road improvements, including maintenance and just repair, and to keep our roads in a safe manner. So with that in mind, the resolution goes into talk about the benefit of the 1% sales tax. The general provision language in this, it now goes into specifics, and it talks about the purpose of the resolution, talks about sale of retail tangible personal property and furnishing of certain services without exemptions. The key is the without exemptions. What I will, like I said, just confirm is that we don't need to put the exemption for groceries, for example. The state already has that exemption and it's not listed. However, better to be safe than sorry. So I just want to confirm that. And if we need to add that exemption language, we will. I believe it is the board's intent to definitely not tax things like groceries. And groceries have a definition, but it's basically the food you buy for home consumption. The rest of the resolution talks about the date of the election, certain responsibilities of the clerk and recorder in terms of notice to the division of to the Department of Revenue. And then we get into this part, which is the ballot title. I changed the ballot title from what you've previously seen to emphasize the fact that the crux of what we're trying to do here is improve the safety of our roads and bridges. And we do that by funding increased maintenance of and repair to those roads and bridges through an increase in the sales tax rate. I go to the ballot issue itself, and I will admit this is where the board and the consultant, their input would be very important. Part of it is that because of the Tabor law, we are required to specifically state the way that first paragraph looks in part. So we must state essentially something to the effect of, shall Clear Creek County taxes be increased annually by, and then we must insert per Tabor what we estimate to be the maximum first full fiscal year dollar amount. And that number that you see there, the essentially 1.6 million or 1.7 million, is expected for the first year. That is based on numbers that we received from our previous finance director and as provided. They appear to be correct, so we are putting that in there. I think we will double check that number before we actually approve the resolution next week. What that amount is equals 1% increase to the sales tax, what that would likely bring us in, a maximum amount. We put in the maximum, and that's required, and that's important. So if we have to overestimate it and move that up to 1.75 million, for example, we can do that as well. The key is that if we don't do that and we end up bringing in $2 million in sales tax, for example, we are required to refund the overage of that specified amount. Now, that is not problematic if that's what we want to do. The problem that I think that we need to realize here is that 1% barely gets road and bridge to where they need to be, just to keep the everyday maintenance because of the budget shortfalls and the lack of revenue. And much of that, as you know, is informed by Henderson Mine scaling down some of its activities. So we are losing sales tax revenue in many ways, as well as property tax revenues from that. So with that in mind, if we give 25% of that amount back to the municipalities, then you're looking at even less money coming in. So it's just something that we have to be aware of. And that's why we meaning staff, has suggested the 1%, as opposed to originally when we were considering a lesser amount. But with giving the towns back 25% of that, we're pretty much still hitting what we need is bare minimum. What the public probably will need to know as we roll this out, should the board move forward with this ballot measure, is that this is the bare minimum. This isn't trying to build the Taj Mahal of road systems. This is actually what we need to really make our roads functional and safe. They're already functional and safe, but they are, part of the benefits of our road and bridge department being so good at what they do is they are looking at the engineering. They're looking at the future of what these roads are, and they're also looking at what the immediate real needs are. So that's why that first paragraph lists that large number there, and then specifies what the funds are to be used for. And then the consultant had suggested pointing out some specifics, which is where you see those 3 bullet points. Then we resume the Tabor language that's required. I mentioned here the 25% of the revenue from the tax going to the cities. And then if you can see on my cursor, where I state that with that tax increase commencing into 2022, which it would start January 1st, 2022, that's required by Tabor, and by such amounts as are raised annually thereafter, also Tabor language from, and this is where I describe what the actual increase is. A 1% increase to the countywide sales tax from 1.65 to 2.65 with all the revenue generated from the tax increase less the cost of collection, administration, enforcement to be deposited specifically into our road and bridge fund. So this does not go into the general fund, this goes into road and bridge. I also want to note that just in referring to the 25% that is shared back to the municipalities, it goes back to them for that purpose, for the same road and bridge maintenance repair purposes. So when we give whatever check that is back to the city, the 25% of the revenue, they don't get to spend it on, building a new city hall or something like that. It must be spent on road and bridges within the county as well. You'll see that in many places I put road and bridges in the county versus county road and bridges. That's because, of course, in the municipalities, many of those are municipal maintained streets. They are not county owned streets, but they are within the county itself. So that's why it's worded that way, to make it clear. And then the remaining language, and it's frustrating from the standpoint of you want ballot language to be clear and concise, but Tabor makes it very difficult to do that. And everything from this point on, and shall Clear Creek, basically the last half of this paragraph, all the way from and shall Clear Creek be entitled to collect, all the way down to the last part of it is all Tabor language. Basically saying, do we get to keep the money so that we can continue to spend it, even though it may exceed what the Tabor limitation is. So that's pretty much an overview. The rest of it talks about what the clerk's responsibilities on notices of election, how that's the elections conducted, procedures after the election. We went into collection and enforcement, and the plan of this would be to do work with the Department of Revenue to have ultimately the apportionment worked out through information that's provided by the Department of Revenue. So we would take care of doing the share back, but we would get those numbers from the DOR. This language specifies how that would work. The 25% going to the municipalities, and then the remaining funds, all of the remaining funds going to road and bridge. Our accounting method, we just left it open. It'll be directed by our county finance director. And then the additional things that I talk about here, C relates to the Tabor language that I was already talking about. And then we go into finally repeal and amendment of this resolution. So we could, for purposes of if there were changes in law along the way, the board could by itself amend the resolution with regard to, for example, how we do accounting, or how we do the share back in terms of the procedures, the administration, the enforcement. All that we can just do by the board doing it. However, any change to the actual tax rate or the amount that we've agreed that we would give back to the towns, that would have to go back to the public, to our citizens to vote on, to the electorate to vote on. The board could not independently do that any more than the board could independently impose a sales tax without the board, without the public approving it. So there are those safeties there, and that I think protects both the cities as well as the public from any potential worries that the sales tax would just automatically be changed. And that's pretty much an overview of the resolution. And what I thought we would do today, and it's good that Bill is here, is go through what the board may want to see, talk with Bill about ways where we could work on this ballot language to make it more easily readable, yet still complying with the statute. And then ultimately make the board aware that I would propose that we bring this back next week in a special meeting to actually approve the resolution and the ballot initiative, assuming that the board wants to even do that. And based on the polling, that will inform the board's decision. And then it would be passed. We must certify this ballot language to the clerk and recorder by September 3rd. So as long as we pass this resolution by next week, we should be fine. But just checking my calendar too, I believe that September 3rd is a Friday, so we really have all of next week, including Friday, but I would have to get it to the clerk by the end of the day on Friday. So with that, I'm not sure how you want to proceed, or if you have some initial questions you'd like to ask. Happy to provide that and fill that in, and I can unshare my screen, and I believe, commissioners, I sent you last night individually this draft. So if you are unable to, how do I unshare? Sorry, I'm just figuring out on my own. Stop share, there we go. This is why I need to have Beth doing all this for me. So that being said, if you want me to send you resend that, what you just saw on screen, I'm happy to do so.
Okay, well, I think to start it off, I do think it's wise for us to have a special meeting next week to discuss this. We've got about 3 more minutes until our COVID update. And so I'm not going to try to dominate that time. Randy?
Yeah, I think generally in terms of having been through this with other bond elections and stuff before, the survey data is telling us that the climate is good. It also gives us hints as to places where people may understand. We can see in some of the negative responses, some places where we can be able to communicate more accurately how this works to overcome some misunderstandings of what this is. And I think that even some of the folks that we received negative responses from could become persuaded by just the facts of what it is we're really trying to do here. You know, talking about the sharebacks, talking about how we capture the funds and so forth. So I'm generally predisposed to, yes, want to move forward with this and instruct staff to make the corrections that need to be made, and have that special meeting by next Tuesday to do that. And even if we have to have another meeting of some kind that has to be noticed in between to discuss any of the particulars, I think getting this ready in time is paramount. I think the time is right. The need is extremely important, and the tool that they've developed would go a long ways towards satisfying a lot of that need.
I agree with you, Randy. The one thing that's abundantly clear coming out of that survey is the community wants to have a conversation about this. We got a really good response rate. Lot of really good comments in the open-ended questions. I'll admit I'm about halfway through reading those 40 pages. So having an extra week to read through that would be helpful as well. Is there any kind of initial feedback or direction that we want to give on this? I have something in mind while you think about it. There's a number of exemptions that it appears we can kind of choose through, and depending on how this works, we may or may not be able to actually choose through these, but it's things like food for domestic home consumption, and then some other things that I'm not sure we would want to exempt, such as retail marijuana sales. And so my opinion in looking through that list of possible exemptions is that Q, the sales on marijuana, probably doesn't need to be an exemption, and that's the only one that I really would advocate for leaving out.
I agree with that.
And just to respond to Deanne, toilet paper is, I believe, well, I haven't managed a grocery store for a few years. I better not claim knowledge. But the short version is we can exempt what the state allows us to exempt. And so we may not be able to exempt toilet paper. Let me jump to a question from Corinne Westerman. Is the 1.7 million before or after the revenue sharing? And also, how would the revenues be shared with the towns? Would that be equally among the four or proportionally by population?
I think
Or is
they're
that
Are
one?
you looking for an answer?
The answer with, you know, that the 1.7 million is the 1%. 0.75% of a percent there is approximately $1.3 million. And so we would be looking at the approximately $1.3 million funding directly to the county road and bridge department, and the remainder there going to the municipalities. I do not know how that is proportioned between the municipalities.
I think that's a very good question, and there are a few ways to look at it, similar to the dilemma that the state has to cover when they're trying to figure out what to do. You can look at population, you can look at lane miles in each one of those municipalities, and either one of them are valid ways to look at what's going on. You know, how much road does that municipality need? What is their budget for roads, or any number of ways to look at it that might not be just population, because sometimes you have a very small population, but a bunch of lane miles, relatively speaking.
So, and I can speak to that too, is the question, it has to do with how it's going to be shared back, the proportionality of it. Okay, so it's specified in the resolution, in the section that talks about the share back, that it would be proportional in terms of how the Department of Revenue determines how much sales tax comes out of those municipalities. So if 20% of the revenue that we take in happens to come out of sales tax in Idaho Springs, for example, the total that we come up with of that 25% that gets back in that's a bucket, 20% of that might go to Idaho Springs of that 25% bucket. So let's say we were to bring in $1 million under the 1%, 250,000 gets in a bucket that's going back to the municipalities. That percentage of that 250,000 is based on how much of the overall 1 million came from sales taxes out of that municipality. So that's how it's determined.
But there's the other catch is that not all the sales tax comes out of the municipalities. So it has to be, the denominator is going to have to be the total amount collected by the municipalities or some other measure. And I don't know if it is, if that's the way, it may be the way it's written. I would just like to bring up the dynamic that we do have small communities that have no ability to care for their roads at all right now, or hardly any, because they have very little sales tax collections and a bunch of road for people. So that's, just want to bring that up.
Okay. Okay. And I would refer Corinne to section 12A.
And I guess to kind of draw a parallel of the sales tax collected in the entirety of the county, meaning the municipalities and the county, most of that is collected within the municipalities, but they're getting 25% of the share. The state's getting 75% of the share, and that's because of the lane miles that we have to deal with. Our cost of road and bridge is something that voters can understand and we understand. So that dynamic happens not only at the county level, but it happens at the municipal level.
George, if I might.
Please.
Peter, are we required to proportion it the way that you just explained it, or is that just the way we currently have? And that's obviously the way it's currently written. So are we required to write it that way?
No, well, we're not.
Okay.
We're not required, of course, to do any share back. So
No, I understand that. I
Right,
understand that, but are we required to proportion it in that way?
no. So what we can do is, since it'll be by agreements with the particular towns anyway, we can still, and there's no statutory guidance on giving this sales tax money back. It'd be different if this was a mill levy, but sales tax are treated differently. So this was just what we determined to be the fairest in terms of the money that would go back. And that may have to do with size of, each municipality and how much those roads are used that way. Presumably, you may get more money going back to Georgetown, for example, because of tourist traffic than you might to Silver Plume and the amount of roads. So it does, in certain ways, relate to the size, and even as Randy was talking about the lane traffic. But no, we haven't. We've done it simply as you take the amount of tax that comes in, the proportional share that came in from the municipality, they'll get 25% back of that proportional share. And that's the exact criteria are spelled out in section 12A. Something else I'd like to mention is that if we if we add, for example, and some counties certainly do this, bigger counties tend to do it, and especially those that have use taxes do this. We don't have a use tax in Clear Creek County. So we don't actually capture some tax benefits that we could, for example, on certain activities, recreation activities. So we're limited to the sales tax as far as that. If we were to exempt just about everything on the state exemption option list, my question would be, except for example, marijuana sales, let's say you left that in, but you got rid of, an additional gas tax or some other thing, since that would be a sales tax. If you exempted some of those items, how much loss in revenue is that going to be out of this estimation? And that's an important factor because, as I indicated, under our EMS sales tax, there are no exemptions listed. I believe, though, that groceries were automatically exempted, but there is not that language in there. I will go back and triple check it, but I did look at it over the past several days. We've been going through it. But there are definitely no other exemptions. And I note that because I've looked at comparable sales tax resolutions for other neighboring counties, Boulder County, for example. And in there, you will see specified exemptions. And then they arrive at what they estimate to be their number. I do not know if we factored that in.
We're gonna do some analysis on that to determine that for sure.
Okay, so that's worth thinking about. I think it's worth thinking about whether we would want this to be a sales and use tax if we're gonna open up a can of complication and try to figure out how to design this best. Especially, I mean, I would prefer to have a use tax on a piece of lumber over a sales tax on a food item. And I know we're on a deadline here, and the community wants us to have this conversation. And so I think I'm ready to vote yes on a proposal next week or in time. And whatever we can do to work on some of these items on the margins in the meantime, I'll be grateful for.
Yeah, the thing I brought up, I think I would really like to see us try to take a stab at a way to find an equitable way to find out the disproportionate amount of roads that some of the municipalities have relative to their sales tax collection capability. Because I would point out that the lion's share of the money collected from this entire tax will be dedicated to go to places where there are no sales tax collections at all. And yet we find that to be a valid thing to do because the need is great. So as we allocate back to the towns, allocating relative to need, and maybe it's a combination of things. Maybe it's need as well as sales tax collection capability. But there, I think a couple of municipalities here are going to be left holding the bag, getting virtually nothing out of it, and yet we'll be pumping a bunch of money into some areas that also have no sales tax collection capability. So anyway, if there's a way we can do that, and that's where I was saying it may take. I'm ready for a dedicated meeting for next Tuesday to get something passed, and then if whatever we have to do to make sure that we're ready to do that on Tuesday, I'm ready to do that work too.
Yeah, and Randy, I understand what you're suggesting here. And it's kind of hard for me to think through the concept. What I if I understand it correctly, that may result in us asking, for example, someone in Empire to pay for a pothole in Idaho Springs. And not sure that's what we're trying to accomplish. So I would want to think through that more carefully. Not more, I'm not saying you haven't thought through it carefully, myself think through it carefully to try to understand some of the ramifications.
I think you're saying that you're asking for a person in Idaho Springs to pay for a pothole in Empire would be what you would think my request would be. And I think you worded it oppositely, because what I'm getting at is if we send the sales tax back where it came from, then if we did that with everything, then none of it would go to the unincorporated county either, where we have the greatest, which is what started this whole conversation. And so anyway, I think it's valid to point out that if we have neighborhoods that are going to get large amounts of money out of this, that collect no sales taxes, then when we look at how we allocate back to the towns, because the county portion is going to remain within the unincorporated county, that's where it's going to be spent. And then if the city portion is allocated according to where the sales tax, and that's not allocated according to where sales tax is collected, by the way, that county portion. But if the city portion is allocated according to where sales tax is collected, then there will be certain areas of the county that will get virtually nothing out of this. And they're the ones that have, I think, the worst roads and the greatest need right now as it is. So so I'm just saying that what's good for the goose is good for the gander when it comes to trying to allocate how we, or figure out how we allocate funds toward where the funds need to be spent.
I'm not sure I agree with you on that one. I don't think that analogy fits. I think that when you're talking about county roads, collecting sales taxes inside municipalities to take care of county roads, I think you're acknowledging that the county roads drive the traffic. They enable access to the municipalities. Those are also the roads that people travel on to recreate in, which results in sales in the municipalities. I don't think those relationships exist between the municipalities themselves to the extent that they do between county roads and municipal roads. But anyway,
I suggest that looking outside my house, I see a lot of traffic come through. For example, the town I live in that is driven by the tourist traffic through our county, tons of it, but without that same sales tax collection capability. So I would say that relationship is virtually identical, or if anything, even greater than that, which is endured by the bulk of the unincorporated county. And I know that from looking at it. So what I'm saying is we're trying to solve a transportation maintenance problem throughout the county, and we're acknowledging that a portion of that needs to go back to municipalities. And in one case, we're allocating it according to need, and in the other case, we're going to account for whether it got collected in your town or not. And that's going to leave a couple of gaping holes in the county that get almost nothing out of this.
I do want to just mention that, of course, this money that goes back to the towns could be deemed kind of bonus money that they were not originally counting on, because, of course, the county does have the absolute right to retain all of that tax, that sales tax. And the cities, all the municipalities rather, have their inherent home rule powers to implement their own sales tax for road and bridge maintenance and take care of their own town roads. So what I think the county is doing here is at least offering an additional feedback to those counties that, to those municipalities rather, just as a measure, since obviously some of those sales tax money comes from those municipalities.
I hesitate to say this because it's too late, but I think another option would have been to keep the 25% and fund projects. So rather than portion out the money, and to Randy's comment about are some areas not going to get enough to be able to do anything, if the county kept the entire 25% and used that 25% to fund projects within the municipalities. So they could apply to the county and say, hey, next year we'd like to do Soda Creek Road, whatever the road is. And they apply to us and we fund the project or fund a portion of the project. I mean, that's it. I don't know, it's probably too late for that given where we are on the calendar, but that would be easier than trying to figure out what makes the most sense in terms of how to proportion out the money.
And it can still be done, just so you know. I mean, it's a matter of removing that language, but from a political standpoint, that's not something I can speak to. I can speak to it from a legal standpoint on the ability to not have that language in a resolution and to remove it from any ballot initiative.
I mean, road projects, as Carl and still I know, as you all know, are extremely expensive. And so we're talking about 400,000 total. I think between the two numbers, maybe 5 in a given year, that may start to increase. I mean, that can be real money contributed towards the project. Yeah. As opposed to.
I'm going to suggest it's 317. I'm going to suggest that we talk about right now whether we should meet again next Tuesday or whether we need to give ourselves more time than that and try to find a time to meet later this week.
Will that meet? I may have misunderstood that, George. I think we have to meet by Tuesday to approve this in order to meet our deadlines. Isn't that correct?
Yeah. So what I meant is, do we need more time, more meeting time, meaning that we
Yeah,
might.
Okay. Yeah, I think we might need a work session thrown in here.
And we just have to have a decision on the ultimate resolution by a week from Friday.
So
Next Friday, not this coming Friday. So however you want to put meetings in there.
binary decision in front of us, Tuesday or sooner.
What do you need to make this decision?
Well, I think we need time. I'd love to hear what staff thinks about the right way to share this back. I think we need time to discuss that topic. I think staff needs time to figure out exemptions and all of that.
I think given that, I think a meeting next Tuesday makes the most sense.
And then if we need to meet Wednesday or Thursday, we just can't.
There'd still be time to do that.
Okay, excellent. Do we need to arrive at a time right now, or? I mean, I can just tell you that I'm open
On Tuesday.
on Tuesday. Randy, I don't know what your schedule looks like, or.
On Tuesday, I am virtually wide open. As a matter of fact, mine still says BOCC work session last Tuesday of the month, my calendar. So
Yeah, exactly.
And I'll put the time in on it. I think I feel very strongly about what I brought up, because I think that like the rest of the county, that we're trying to figure out how to maintain within those towns that don't collect a lot of sales tax. They see a huge amount of tourists dodging highway, and I'm looking at Silver Plume, and they've been screaming and yelling and putting out, citizens are putting out speed bumps. The same thing's happening in Empire, trying to deal with it. And the road, and they almost don't need the speed bumps because of the size of the holes in the roads. And so I'm saying that it's the exact same dynamic within these low sales tax collection towns. So there's got to be a way, because if they get none of the county money and then the rest is apportioned according to sales tax, we've got a train wreck happening in those two towns in terms of what they'll get out of it. And granted, they're not likely to affect the outcome of the election much because their populations are low as well. But it's just that I can tell you those two towns easily pick up as much wear and tear as the unincorporated portion of the county from our outside non-resident visitors.
Okay.
So it's worth the conversation.
Okay. So then I think, leave it to staff to schedule the specific hour that we meet, and everybody can look forward to that conversation next Tuesday.
I am solid on Tuesday until 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and I'm wide open. You can have all that you need. So.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to try to catch this train up here. Next on the agenda. Oh, and thank you to Bill Ray, and thank you to Road and Bridge staff and our attorney and our manager. We have an interview for a vacancy on the Planning Commission with Greg Scott. And Greg, I see that you have been brought over to the panelist side. If you could just unmute yourself and turn your camera on if you think you have the bandwidth.
Let me make sure I've got all the things here.
The camera is your choice.
Oh,
And we can hear you.
okay. Well, George, I guess what I'm looking for is I apologize, but I thought the camera was already on, but I need to figure out how to turn it on.
You know, Greg, I'm not worried about it if you're not worried about it. I know a lot of
Gosh,
people leave it off because internet's not great. in a
Okay,
lot of
okay.
places.
Well, I did put on a clean shirt, so gee whiz. Okay. To start my video, I'll try that. Okay, but if you can hear me out, then I'm ready to go.
Okay, great. Thank you for your interest in applying. A neighbor of yours also applied and did an interview earlier today. I think the way we do these interviews is I'll ask you to describe why you're interested in the Planning Commission and why you feel you're qualified. And then we'll have some follow-up questions just to understand what you would bring to the board.
Okay, sure. The reason I'm interested is I'm interested in the work of the Planning Commission, the planning aspects, the larger picture. I saw the ad in the paper and, my wife or my neighbor are not urging me to do this. So this is just something I'm interested in doing. I'm able to volunteer now because I'm retired. I retired in 2020. And I want to learn more about Clear Creek County since I moved here in basically 2018. And I want to get to know more Clear Creek County people. So this is a good way for me to do that. And it may sound trite, but I kind of want to give something back to my community. So by volunteering, I think I can do that. And then as far as the position, I have to say, I really have no axe to grind with anyone. I mean, I'm not trying to get my local street paved or something changed. You're looking for volunteers and I could be one of them. As to why I'm qualified, about 3 years ago, well, actually in 2011, my wife and I bought property in Clear Creek County out off of South Spring Gulch Road. And then in 2018, we actually moved into the house that we built or had built up here. So I've had some interactions with the Planning Commission through that whole process of building my own home. I found it to be a reasonable experience. And so therefore I have some firsthand experience as a user of working with the planning process. Also, I was once president of my homeowners association. And so I know and understand that a volunteer position, it can be a thankless one, and just as well as a county commissioner job can be a thankless one where you're trying to do the right thing and, not everybody appreciates it. But I did do that for 3 years. So I have no doubts about what I'm getting into as a volunteer. In terms of qualifications, I also would say that I have an engineering degree, and that's what I did for 40 years was work as an engineer. And so the way I look at things, dare I say rationally by looking at the facts. I tend to be a fact-based person, looking at facts, cost benefit analysis, things like that. A very practical person with a high degree of utility, if you will. And then finally, one of the most important things that has served me well for all the years that I worked was I'm basically easy to get along with. I work well with others. I've been married for 40 years. That lasted. So, I know how to manage conflict and still get along. So those are basically my qualifications.
Excellent. I appreciate that. Willingness is certainly the first one.
Yeah, I am definitely willing.
Okay, great. Randy, do you want to start or you want me to start?
Why don't you start? Go ahead.
Okay. So Greg, there are kind of two things that I try to understand in asking questions. One of them is the extent to which you'll be able to be fair and even-handed in land use processes. And then the other one is I want to understand just a little bit about how you think about development in the county and where development is beneficial, where it's not. So maybe my first question is, in land use cases, you're going to be asked to do something that's kind of difficult. You're going to be asked to ignore a conversation that you know is happening in the community around a project until until you show up for your hearing, at which point, of course, you have conversations and express your opinion. Prior to that, you'll be asked not to have conversations with proponents or opponents of any projects. I'm thinking that you've probably come across similar situations in your life, and I'm just curious how you would handle a situation where you've got a member of the community, maybe even a friend of yours or somebody else wanting to talk to you about a project that you know you can't talk about.
Yeah, I appreciate that, George. I mean, basically, you just have to set up boundaries. And when I was in my professional life, when we'd be trying to hire people and I'd be interviewing people to be hired, you can only give so much feedback. You just have to, maintain those boundaries and say, this is all I can say to that question at this time. Additionally, in my work life, I've awarded contracts to various vendors, and you just have to maintain that process as being, secretive until you make your selection. So to me, it's just about, I guess, the integrity of the person, and I believe I have that integrity, and I know I live in a small town now, where I used to live in Littleton for 20 years, but I live in a small town and things are different in a small town. I understand that, but I believe I could just say that's just what I'm being asked to do. To the second point, let me just go through a couple of examples of, what I would do on planning. I'll just throw them out there. First, some current things that are out there. One is the Dumont LDS, and is it that space? Is it appropriate if I say anything about that, or?
Thank you, Peter. I don't think so.
Okay, I'll skip.
No, I would rather, especially if you're a candidate for the Planning Commission, and should you end up ultimately serving on the Planning Commission, we definitely do not want you commenting on any potential project that may come before the Planning Commission and ultimately the board for any type of land use approval.
So maybe you could just speak in hypothetical terms.
Oh, okay. Well, so hypothetically, if there was a property that needed to be developed and it made sense economically to do so for one of the main objectives, I think, in the county, which is affordable housing, I would generally be in support of that if it was, if all the planning criteria were properly met and everything done properly. If it met all the rules and requirements that the planning committee or commission has established, as long as it met those things, I would be fine with that. The folks in town that and around, whether they're in Clear Creek County or Washington, D.C., you can't just stop everything right now and just say, I'm going to roll up all the doors and no one else gets to come in the county because I've got my spot and you can't, I don't want to make any more room from anybody else. So there's got to be a thoughtful look at how you do that. So, and to just say no to everything is just not an answer, and it just change is inevitable. So I would tend to look at things if they met the requirements and everything was done properly, and it was in the interest of the community, I would generally support that. For example, I'll throw this one out again, and maybe Carl, you can tell me to stop, but like the Argo tramway thing, I'm generally in support of that. I like that concept. I think there needs to be development along those lines in the community because you got to come up with some way to replace the revenues from the Henderson mine. Another one that's kind of an oddball one, but is the traffic circle in Idaho Springs, right there by the McDonald's. You've got that little circle there where they built the ore cart and the derrick and everything. And to me, that's a great example of spending money to do something that builds on the history and heritage of the community, even though it doesn't pay a dime in traffic or sales tax or anything else. It's just, to me, the right thing to do to keep the community, in the kind of mindset that most people want it. The other thing I'll comment on is Blackhawk. I was over in Blackhawk recently, and I hadn't been there in a while. And 2 30+ story hotels, that's fine for them, but I'm not sure that that type of a building is what people in Idaho Springs or Georgetown want. It's fine for Blackhawk. Doesn't mean it's not any good. It just means that maybe Idaho Springs and Georgetown would take a different tact on that. So that's kind of an example of, without trying to go too specific on a couple of things of, how I see things. When we purchased our property up here and developed it, there were some that didn't want us to be here and didn't want us to successfully be able to build, but we managed to do that. And we really enjoy it up here. And are glad we had the opportunity to build in Clear Creek County.
Thank you. Thank you for answering both of those questions at the same time. Randy?
You've asked some very insightful questions. I was just listening to those answers and being well informed by them, George. I think the master plan is something that's a really important issue that we should maybe talk about, and talk about how a master plan guides us. And how do you view the planning of a master plan versus how you feel the people of a given area what you think the people of a given area might want?
Well, Randy, I suppose that, the master plan had to come from somewhere, and hopefully it came from people who reflected what they felt were the interests and needs of the people in the community. So I'd hopefully start with that premise that, again, because I'm kind of a trusting person at heart, I would say that if the master plan does in fact reflect what the majority of the people want, then that's the plan that should be followed, unless there's steps taken by individuals or groups that want to change that course. For example, if somebody said, "Hey, I want to legalize gambling in Idaho Springs," well, that would probably be a big change from what the master plan is now. Not saying that's wrong, but it would have to be approved before it suddenly just became the plan because 2 or 3 people wanted it. So I would definitely be willing to follow a master plan. I personally don't know of one right now because I'm not involved in that, but I could certainly adhere to and follow a master plan that was put forth.
Thanks. That was an interesting example you picked too.
Just to throw in, I've seen a couple of the surveys that have come out from the county. What are you interested in? What are your concerns? And the 3 that I wrote down for me, basically, first one is financial common sense. I mean, I want to live in a place where people are responsible with the money they're given and pay for things. That doesn't necessarily mean it's got to be a balanced budget all the time. I bought cars on credit, so I know sometimes you have to overextend yourself at times to do things, but basically, you need to be able to pay for what you've got. The second issue that's really important to me is fire mitigation. That more so since I've lived here in the smoky conditions. And then third is, even though I've got a house to live in, affordable housing is definitely an issue, and I can see that. And just because I got my house doesn't mean that other people shouldn't have the opportunity to live here too. So those are my three big issues or interests that I have locally.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Randy, do you have any other questions?
No.
Me neither. Greg, do you have any questions for us? And then I'll explain the rest of the process.
No, I believe with a few exceptions for isolated travel, which doesn't seem to happen very much anymore anyways, I'm available most of the time. I don't see any problem in volunteering for the time that you require there. And so no, I don't have, other than I'd like to know when, you guys would make a decision. That's about it.
Yeah, right. That's the one that you can guarantee is going to be asked.
Yeah.
So typically what we do, we've done 2 interviews today. Typically we'll give ourselves a week or so to reflect on these interviews, and then have a quick conversation where if we choose to appoint you, would direct staff to bring a resolution to us. Randy, I think maybe my estimate this morning was not very optimistic, but this morning I said, I've seen those processes go from a few weeks to a couple of months. And then Randy said, usually we can do it within a few weeks, and let's go ahead and give it a try.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I mean, these go anywhere from, they can go anywhere from a couple of days to several months, actually, but from some of our past experience, depending on the criteria we were looking at. But I'm expecting that we'll be making a decision pretty shortly. I'm doubting it will be at next Tuesday's meeting, but pretty quickly, I think. I would guess within the next 3 weeks or so. It's a wild guess.
Yeah, that's a great point, Randy, because next week will just be a special meeting. So the 7th is our next meeting that we would have an opportunity.
Right. So it's probably the 7th or the 21st. We'd come to an answer.
Okay. Yeah, that timing is fine for me, gentlemen. That's fine. In closing, I want to thank you for your time today and the opportunity to talk to you and let you know what my side of the equation looks like. Thank you for your time. And I want to also just thank you for being county commissioners. I know that can be a thankless job, but I appreciate the efforts that you guys put forth and everything that you do. I appreciate it, regardless of whether I get the appointment or not. Thanks for everything you guys do.
I'll pass that on to my wife. I think she deserves more thanks in my case.
That's right.
Having allowed me to even do this and then put up with the aftermath as well. So,
yes.
I'll let her know. I'll give her your best wishes. Thank you.
Okay. Well, with that, I'll just go ahead and sign off then, if that's okay, George.
Yes, definitely. And thank you for your interest, your spirit of volunteerism. We need as many people as we can with paddles in their hands in Clear Creek County. So
okay. Well, thank you, gentlemen. Have a good day. I'll sign off now.
Okay. I want to thank you for your patience, Dr. Ryan and everybody else. Next thing on the agenda is our COVID-19 update. Normally these happen at 11:30, but we're not able to make that time. So here we are at 3:40. Dr. Ryan, the floor is yours.
Thanks, George. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's just get started with the numbers. Nationally, we are at 37.9+ million confirmed cases across the US. New case rate has climbed. It's now at 149,675, so 149,000 per day as a 7-day average. That is a 14% change just over the last 7 days. Hospitalizations along the same lines, they have seen a 14.2% change, an increase over the last 7 days. Fatalities, this number is old. It's now in excess of 630,000 Americans dead from COVID at a current rate of just over 1,000 a day as a 7-day average. 2-week test positivity rate in the country is at 11.6%. Major contributing factors to this unending spread is the unvaccinated. It's a pandemic of the unvaccinated. Here in Colorado, it's 98% of cases, and across the country, it's 99%. The Delta variant obviously playing a role in that as well. Across the country, we are only at 52% who are fully vaccinated. woefully below where we need to be to put an end to this. Here in Colorado, seeing a very similar trend. Current number of daily cases is now in excess of 1,468 per day as a 7-day average, climbing over the last week. 2-week cumulative incident rate is now at 313 per 100,000. Hospitalizations have increased 16% across the state over the last week alone. Currently, 30% of ICU ventilators are in use and 85% of hospital ICU beds are in use. We now have 665 with an additional 69 individuals currently hospitalized with confirmed COVID. So well over 700 people this week alone. I believe it was 2 weeks ago, we were at 400. 2-week test positivity rate is at 6.6% across the state. Major contributing factors to the spread, the unvaccinated and the Delta variant, driving the vast majority of what we're seeing. Vaccine rate in the states, we fully immunized 66.6% of the eligible population are fully vaccinated and 73.2% have received at least 1 dose. Here in Clear Creek County, exact same trend. We have currently we have 20 cases, active cases, meaning individuals who have either tested positive in the recent days and are still on isolation. 22 over the last 2 weeks for a sum total of 546 cases to date, 29 hospitalizations, an increase of 1. Fatalities holding steady at 3. Our 2-week cumulative incident rate is now at 225 per 100,000. 2-week test positivity rate has climbed over 8%, is now at 8.07%. Major contributing factors to this spread are the exact same as across the state and the country, the unvaccinated and the Delta variant. Testing updates. Today we tested in excess of 80 individuals at our free testing in Idaho Springs. That's a more than doubling from last week alone. Going to continue to test. We are testing and setting up testing regimen in the schools and jail as we speak, hoping to have that fully underway in the next week or so with a combination of both the federal program and the COVID Check Colorado that we've been using historically. Vaccine update. We are now at 65.9% of our eligible population has received at least 1 dose of the vaccine. And we're at 61.3% of the population who is fully immunized so far. Any questions on that, Barry? We do have outbreaks in schools. Masks are certainly helping that cause in terms of limiting the number of quarantines that we need to do. We are on that, and the nurses have been working all weekend, trying to get a hold of that and make sure that it doesn't get out of control. Having said that, I think in one topic I want to bring up is putting public health order. So there is some uniformity within the school districts. As we know, we have an independent charter school, which is operating by a different set of guidelines and protocol in place, which we believe is woefully insufficient for what they need to be doing. So want to put in place a public health order mandating masks across the entire county for all schools, all staff, all students. And in addition to that, as you already know, the school district has put in place mandatory testing of all unvaccinated staff. I would like to add to that in a public health order, testing for all student athletes, vaccinated and unvaccinated. The rationale for that is that these students travel. They travel to other counties, some of which have no guidelines or any mandates whatsoever. And they're really what we call the Achilles heel of bringing COVID back. It isn't all the potential risk that's out there, but it is certainly a significant chunk of it. So similar to the testing that is required currently of staff, would require that of the student athletes, both vaccinated and unvaccinated. Jefferson County has implemented this weeks ago in their unvaccinated student athletes. But I think from a scientific perspective, I think it makes sense to broaden our surveillance, so to speak, and include the vaccinated students in that pool as well. I did have a very long meeting last night in executive session, so I can't tell you obviously everything that we discussed with the Board of Education. Very fruitful conversation, in my opinion. Lots and lots and lots of questions. It was unanimous among that board that this public health order that I've just outlined the most basic elements of be put forward to help provide an additional layer of protection for the schools. As it is their goal, as you might guess, to educate kids as best they can and keep them in school as many days of the year as they possibly can. And these measures will help make that even possible. As we have talked about over the last year or plus, none of these are absolutely foolproof, but what they do is lower the potential risk. They lower the likelihood of a massive outbreak in the schools and help us contain as best as we can the spread of the virus in the school. That's our mission from public health, and we're trying to help the Department of Education achieve their goal and mission, and that is to educate kids and keep them as safe as possible.
Okay, and so you're asking for us to consider that order next week?
Yes, as soon as reasonable.
As soon as is reasonable.
I think considering we're scheduling that special meeting, doing it next Tuesday would make sense.
What was the last part, Brian, you're suggesting that we should do it next week because
Yeah, I would say, given that
Yeah.
we've already agreed to schedule a special meeting for the other item, I say we add this to it, do it next Tuesday morning.
I think so too. I think the fact that it's, I mean, it's not just business as usual. It's a special circumstance that calls for faster consideration. What are your thoughts, George? Do you agree with that, or?
Yeah, assuming that Dr. Ryan doesn't want to urge us to act sooner than that, I'm fine with Tuesday.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, as quick as we can implement that, the challenge and part of that public health order would be the testing. We don't have it yet fully in place. So from a logistics perspective, mandating something that isn't feasible to carry out quite yet. We are likely by the end of next week or the beginning of the following week, we'll be able to fully implement testing for anyone and everyone at the school, including the student athlete.
Yep. That makes sense, and that will give, I think one of the things that when you have the time to give the community time to respond, it's always beneficial. And in an emergency, you don't always have that time. But this week for folks to know that we're talking about this and let us know how they feel will be important. And I'll just say, I'm predisposed towards this. Dr. Ryan, you're telling us we need it. We've discussed this every week. We know some things are true. We know that 40% of children who contract COVID end up with long COVID symptoms, meaning that they effectively have a learning disability for a long period of time. And we're trying to prevent that. We also, I think, and I don't have the stat right in front of me, but a growing number of children, the percentage of children that are in the hospital, the percentage of the people who are in the hospital that are children is increasing due to the Delta variant, and we need to address that.
Correct. And we had this discussion yesterday with the Board of Education around, in reality, what are the number of beds, pediatric and NICU beds that we have in this state? And the number is less than 50. We are, again, a regional hospital, meaning we take patients from Wyoming, Nebraska, and other states because they don't have a NICU, PICU units. So that 50 beds can go rather quickly. And that's just the reality of the limitations in the medical element of this. It's my job and responsibility to keep them out of that realm as best as we can. And I believe these measures will go a long way in helping to prevent that. Will it stop all cases? Absolutely not. Many cases in exposure happens outside of the school. we're trying to limit the level of exposure in school and in school-like activities as best as we can. The only other point I want to make, because it was in the headlines, as you probably heard, the FDA did fully approve the Pfizer vaccine. It is worth noting, though, it is only fully approved for 16 plus, and they have prohibited any off-label use, meaning doctors generally have the discretion to take a drug that is fully approved and apply it to a specific patient in a specific scenario, even though it's not approved for that use. The FDA has not allowed that, primarily because they saw the writing on the wall in the sense of now you have pediatricians who are prescribing the COVID vaccine for 7-year-olds when it hasn't, the clinical trial hasn't yet been finished. So we're trying to nip that in the bud before it even began. But the Pfizer vaccine is now fully approved for 16 plus for all those individuals who are holding out until full approval was there. It's now there. And so we're going to continue to give those out. We are continuing with the Moderna vaccine and Johnson & Johnson as well. And we'll be having a clinic on September 1st. We're still trying to figure out logistics of moving and what that looks like, but continuing to do that. There's no shortage of vaccine available, both within our county and very close to our county in Jefferson County as an example. So.
That's great news. Hopefully we see a lot of people who've been waiting decide to stop waiting.
I hope so. This is a completely preventable disease. There is a free, 3 of them, medicines that are freely available that will help prevent hospitalization and or death.
Well, we'll look forward to having a robust discussion on Tuesday. Or
Yeah.
maybe a short one. Maybe a short one.
Is there any feedback that you would like? Is there anything you'd like for us to think through details on that public health order now to help you as you draft it?
You know, I've asked my nurses as well to think through what sort of protocol within the schools would help them do their job, and come up with a list of those things so that it can be included in there. And these aren't going to be big asks, simply a seating chart, things like that, that will help us quickly identify individuals, quickly identify potential risk and exposure. But it's primarily around masking and around testing, both of unvaccinated staff and of student athletes. Now, that's not to say that anybody who's vaccinated in the school, student or teacher alike, can obviously get tested. As we know, we do have breakthrough cases in our community. Even fully vaccinated, there's still potential there, although granted, it's much, much smaller than the unvaccinated. So that testing will be available for all who want it. But what we're trying to incorporate is really getting a handle on the unvaccinated staff and the student athletes who are going out more broadly than in our county and exposing themselves as they play sports.
Okay. One of the things I'm thinking of, one of the dynamics that I'm reading about in schools making decisions about masks is whether to allow educators to take their masks off. I think I've read when they're in a teaching position, when they're in front of the class and 6 feet away from the kids. I think the logic behind allowing that is a lot of children, humans, rely on facial expressions to learn. I don't know that if you've thought about that and have an opinion on that now, or if it's just something to say, okay, we'll think about that.
No, I have thought about it, and I've had a very long discussion with this, Superintendent Quanbeck and Principal Gould and others around those, and trying to provide, every classroom's different. Every student group is different, meaning there are some student groups, younger children, particularly those with disabilities, who need that interaction, who need to see the facial expressions. And we've talked through that about what alternatives are there. The face shield, increasing distance between the student and the teacher, making sure that in fact that teacher is fully vaccinated. I certainly wouldn't recommend an unvaccinated teacher be in that position with unvaccinated, unmasked in a room full of children who are completely vulnerable other than the mask that's on their face. So I've been working with them since day one, and working through them with each different situation. So I don't know that a blanket statement in a public health order or anything like requirement really would allow for those the nuances in each class, and I'm allowing some flexibility within their school between the teacher and the principal and the superintendent to work those sorts of things out.
Okay, so the public health order just would not prescribe those situations.
No, there's just too many. It'd be a very long document. Peter's, I'm sure, thankful I wouldn't include any of that. So,
Yeah, I'm afraid that what would happen is there's a certain value to that in all of our lives, and then a certain value to it in almost all classes, and trying to differentiate. If we ran a survey and asked each teacher how important those facial expressions were to their teaching in that class, I mean, it's hard to know what the answers are we'd get and where we draw those lines.
yeah, and it's a great point, Randy, and that's why I'm not an expert on education, despite my degrees. I'm a public health person, so I really try to leave it up to the teachers and principals and superintendent to figure all that sort of stuff out. But one thing we have been doing in the entire school district is spending as much time outside while we can, through gym and lunch and other activities outside, so that it does allow opportunity for both students and teachers and staff to take their masks off. So it isn't a 7-hour straight run of wearing your mask. I fully understand and appreciate the challenge with that. Trust me. And so any opportunity that classes can go outside is being strongly encouraged. The world is our classroom. It doesn't need to be in a brick building. It can take place outside. So I know that the schools are fully embracing that as much as they can, and taking every opportunity to be outside to, again, minimize risk and potential exposure, but also giving the kids an enriched learning environment that isn't necessarily at a desk, but it's outside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you for helping me wrap my head around that, and I agree. Other comments or questions?
One of the things the Board of Education wanted to know was, when in the world are we going to be able to vaccinate the younger ones? My answer is the same. It hasn't, unfortunately, changed in a good way. Pfizer is reporting that they are likely to submit their full data in 5 to 12-year-olds, and finish that clinical trial by the end of September. So as I told the Board of Education yesterday, the most likely scenario is that these kids would not be fully vaccinated until into next year. Just, you do the timeline and the math in terms of how long that review takes, how long we need to then vaccinate the first round, and then weeks later, second round, 2 weeks after that. So this semester, we're really going to be doing our best to keep these kids out of harm's way, and keep them as protected as we reasonably can without the benefit of the vaccine. So.
Another thing, well, rather than tell you my presumption, how are we responding to the encouragement for folks who identify as immunocompromised to get a third shot?
So we've had many calls and emails, as you might imagine, people interested both in a third dose for the immunocompromised and a booster shot, and just a little bit of a differentiation between those two realities. So every vaccine is different. Some require a single dose every year. Some require only one. Some require 2, 3, and polio is an example of where you need 4 doses of the vaccine for it to be fully effective. So for individuals who are immunocompromised, that third dose isn't really a booster. What it's doing is it's bringing them up to where the rest of us are, because the majority of those individuals, they're on a set of drugs that actually reduces their immune response for a whole host of reasons, whether it be organ transplantation, or in the case of my mother-in-law, and if she had a dime for every time I mentioned her, her rheumatoid arthritis, her immune response would only get her up to 30, 40%, as I've stated before. That third dose is now taking her up to the 80, 90% level that the rest of us have been at. That's different than the rest of us who have been at 90, 95% and may need post 8 months and moving on a slightly waning, meaning it may drop 10, 15%, and that third dose will take us just back up to 90%. We don't yet know or fully appreciate if it will keep us there and for how long. This is how vaccines work. We learn as we go, and then changes are made in the regimentation and distribution of vaccines over time. So there's a difference between those two. The immunocompromised, to answer your question, those folks have contacted us. We've connected them either directly giving them the vaccine ourselves, or connecting them to Safeway or any of the other number of locations available. The boosters, that third dose for those of us who have been enjoying a high level of immunity, those aren't going to be available, and we're not actually allowed to give them out until September 20th. That is pending FDA approval, right? The White House may say one thing, but until the FDA actually approves it, we can't act on what the White House says. We have to act on what the FDA approves. So at the earliest, the folks who are initially vaccinated won't be vaccinated with the third dose until late September in reality.
Thank you for helping me understand the difference there. And I don't believe that folks are being asked to show that they're immunocompromised. They just need to claim that they are immunocompromised. Is that correct?
Yeah, similar to the way the rest of this has gone, it's a conversation that the individual would have with one of the nurses or any other individual giving out the doses, in terms of the clinical rationale behind it. What drugs are you on, and what clinical diagnoses do you have? So that's basically the process. It's a conversation between the provider and the individual. And then the determination is made at that point if, in fact, they are qualified for that third vaccine.
Okay. That was the last thing on my list of curiosities for this week. Brian, I see you've unmuted.
Yeah, Tim, is there a correlation between the vaccination one got and the number of breakthrough cases that we're seeing?
You know, Brian, it's a great question. Here's the challenge with it. The number of breakthrough cases is undercounted, and primarily because I'm fully vaccinated. I might have cold-like symptoms for 2 days. I'm not going to get tested. I'm not going to report it because I have cold-like symptoms. I have the sniffles and a slight headache for 2 days, or allergy-like symptoms for 2 days, and that's the reason why it's underreported. So the data that we have is really around hospitalizations and deaths among vaccinated versus unvaccinated. The data that CDPHE just put out yesterday or the day before was 98% of cases in Colorado alone, either hospitalized or a fatality, were in unvaccinated individuals. I believe that number is at 99% across, more globally across the United States. So it's a challenge because for folks who aren't going to the hospital, who are merely exhibiting symptoms for 2 days, mild symptoms at that, they're not being reported, they're not testing because they think it's the flu or not the flu, a cold or allergies or whatnot. And so it's an undercount of the total. So we do know that the Johnson & Johnson, Pfizer, and Moderna are equally as effective at keeping you out of the hospital and dying. Less so on the mild symptom level. We do know the J&J is a little bit less effective in that front, but it's relatively inconsequential differences between those.
Thanks.
Okay. Last thing on the agenda here. So if anybody doesn't have any other questions, we will adjourn. Okay. Randy, I thought that was a head nod saying you don't, but go ahead.
No. Head nod to adjourn.
Okay, excellent. So thank you for the update. Thank you everybody for your time with us today. Our next meeting is scheduled for the 31st of August, and we will see you all then. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
Thanks.